tonight, maybe you lie there again, eyes wide open in the darkness, thoughts racing through things not yet happened. Maybe it is an unanswered email, a decision not yet made, or simply that vague sense that life is flowing faster than you're breathing. Thoughts follow one another, like waves crashing into each other, not with a loud bang, but enough to make your heart weary. And amid that current, sometimes you ask yourself, how do I stop worrying? How do I keep my heart from trembling each time I think of tomorrow? The ancients said worry is the shadow of desire. When we want things to go our way, our mind trembles in the face of potential loss. The Buddha taught that anxiety does not come from the outside world, but from dwelling too long in things yet to come. Like a person walking through hail, the harder you try to run, the wetter you become. Only when you stop does the mist settle. So tonight, you do not need to force yourself into peace. You only need to stop, breathe slowly, and listen. In the coming minutes, I will tell you an ancient wisdom, not so you can escape your worry, but so you can see it clearly. Because when you see it clearly, it dissolves like mist before the morning light. First story. The shadow on the water. The city at night is like a broad coat in which each street light is a small stitch holding people in place a little longer with things they have not spoken. At the end of a quiet street where the sound of cars has grown thin, like a breath, there is an alley leading to the riverbank. The river is not wide, but enough to carry the moonlight to the far edge of vision. At the water's edge is a flat stone, smooth as a palm. On that stone tonight, a young man is sitting. His name is Min. He comes to the river whenever his mind becomes a taut string, pulling every thought about the future so close there is no room for the present to breathe. Min has just switched jobs, a promising offer, a salary that would reassure his parents, a new team measured by numbers. In the first week, he is given a plan with deadlines so tight they lay out like paving stones. The mentor speaks softly, but the hand on his shoulder is heavy enough that he understands the weight of what's asked. He nods repeatedly, his lips smiling, his eyes wide. His whole body glows like a lamp in a meeting room. The first night home, that lamp is still burning in his chest, but in a way that prevents sleep. He lies on the bed, his back pressed into the sheet, his head into the pillow, but his thoughts flutter like a flock of birds that can't find direction. One question splits into two, then into four, like a branch sprouting limbs in a few breaths. By the third night, he leaves the bed and comes to the river. He has sat on this stone many times, but tonight its surface carries a new sensation. Perhaps from the mist, perhaps from the moon, perhaps from the forest on the opposite bank, where some distant sound drifts like wind coming home late. Min bends down and picks up a pebble. He turns it in his hand. The pebble is cool smooth, a promise in miniature. He plans to toss it, to hear it splash, to watch circles spread out, to tell himself everything will relax like that. But before he throws, footsteps touch the grass. The person approaching is an old man, thin back slightly curved, holding a smooth bamboo staff. He wears a brown shirt, fabric trousers, rubber sandals, worn at the heels. He looks at Min without hurry, the look of someone who has known the riverbank more than the fish that swim within it. He sits down some distance away, lays the staff across his knees, and speaks as if the two have known one another. Tonight, the river is as flat as a bowl. Are you planning to make it? Ripple Min laughs, a smile that loosens part of his tension. Yes, he says, I want to hear something other than the noise inside my head. The old man tilts his head as if listening for that noise. He says the noise inside your head is loudest when there is no room in your body for silence. The river is broad, yet the boat of worry carries too many things. Do you intend to row that boat through the night? Min doesn't know when those words began to touch him so quickly. Perhaps because they are what he longed someone else would say. He asks the old man whether he has rowed such a boat before. The old man nods. He says he has rowed many boats, each one he thought was the last. Then he realized, not all boats are worth rowing through the night. Some you simply pull onto shore, turn over for the rain to wash off, and revisit tomorrow. When Min asks why tomorrow, he answers, because night is when the eye of imagination is stronger than the eye of seeing. Night makes everything larger. Morning restores everything to its true size. They are silent a while. The river flips the moonlight like someone turning pages. Min decides to toss the pebble. The pebble leaves. His hand falls into the water, producing a soft, clear sound. The circles spread and dissolve. Min feels as though he's opened a small valve in his chest. The old man listens as though hearing a familiar song. He says, "Do you see? The stone fall happens just once. The waves come because you look at it many times. The ancients call this the second arrow. The first arrow is what has happened. The second arrow is your mind imagining it happening again." Min looks up. In the teachings he has skimmed before he has read a few things, but never sat by the river with an old man speaking them in the voice of someone who has slept well for many years. He asks how he can stop shooting the second arrow. The old man smiles. He says, "First, you must realize you hold the bow." Anxiety loves impersonation. It speaks in the voice of your boss, of your parents, of a tomorrow not yet come. But you are holding the string in your hand. Only when you see the string can your hand let go. Min asks how to see it. The old man says it is simple. Name it. When anxiety appears, don't ask why it has come. Say in your mind, "This is anxiety. This is the echo of tomorrow. This is an arrow about to be released." Then exhale. The old man guides Min to sit upright, hands stacked in front of his belly, slightly leaning toward the river. Breathe in, normally exhale with a slower pace. Upon exhaling, whisper the word, "Let go." Don't worry about what you must let go of. Just let go. With each breath, let that word land somewhere inside the parts of you that are tight. Min does as directed. He is surprised the word "let go" sometimes falls onto his right shoulder, sometimes rests at the center of his forehead, sometimes drifts past his waist, as though a leaf floating through a narrow stretch of river. After a few breaths, he hears crickets more clearly, hears the water more clearly, and feels fewer people crowded inside his head. The old man says, "Now try shining a flashlight on each thought. See which thought stands closest to the bank." Min says it is the meeting tomorrow morning. The old man nods. Place that meeting on the rock beside you as though it is a notebook. Do not open it. Just place it there. The second thought. Min says it is a sum of money he must send to his mother. Place it next to the notebook. The third thought. Min says it is a nameless fear. Place it in a cardboard box. No need to seal it, just close the lid. They sit like that. The moon does not advance quickly, but the water still moves. The old man shares that in his youth he was a woodworker. Whenever he received a broken chair, the first thing he did was not to hammer in a nail, but to sit and look at it for a while, listening to where it broke. Some break at a leg because someone sat crooked. Some break at the back because someone leaned too far. Some break at an old joint because the previous craftsman worked in haste. If he did not listen, he might hammer in the wrong place. Life is no different. When anxiety comes, we are quick to hammer. We do many things, fix many things, say many things. But sometimes the break is where no one thought to look. Sometimes, all we need is to sit still. Place our hand gently on the crack, smell the wood, and we will know if we need a shim or simply a shift in how we lean. Min asks how to listen. The old man says, "Listen with your whole body." Then he points at Min's chest. There is one beat here. In the belly, another beat. In the shoulders, another beat still. When anxiety comes, the 3 beats cease to play the same song. Sit until all 3 beats play one slower piece together. Then the thought will speak truth. It will shed its disguise. It will no longer pose as work or duty. It will simply name itself timidly. Sometimes it will only say, "I am fear." A small boat drifted by its hull, slicing the water, with a sound like one long exhale. Min said he was afraid he was not good enough. The old man did not argue. Instead, he asked if Min had ever watched a door being fitted into its frame. A carpenter never tries to turn the door into the frame. The carpenter measures the frame again and shaves down the door just a little. Some days, the frame warps from rain. Other days, the door expands from sun. No one is right or wrong. There is only what fits. Every plan assigned to you is a frame. You are the door. Your task is not to become the frame. Your task is to see where to shave just enough to fit. A skilled carpenter never resents swollen wood. They just become more precise. Min laughed again, this time longer. He said it seemed the old man had shaved a lot of doors. The old man nodded. He said, "Some planes teach people patience. Some teach people that a straight line is not always necessary. Look at the river before us. Where is it ever straight? And yet it still reaches the sea. Worry wants every road to be straight. Wisdom learns how to follow the path of water." The old man slowly stood, picked up a pebble, and handed it to Min. The pebble was a bit flat, with a thin white streak across it, like a thread of fishing line. He told Min to keep it. Every time he noticed his mind starting to build a long, dramatic play, he should place the pebble in his left palm, cover it with his right hand, sit upright, and breathe. The first 3 breaths are just to recognize that he is breathing. The next 3 breaths are to name the feeling. The last 3 are to smile at it. If the feeling has still not passed, place the pebble beside him and make an appointment with it for the morning. Tonight, he does not need to solve anything. Tonight, he just needs not to shoot the second arrow. Min nodded. He asked the old man's name. The old man said that people around here call him the keeper of the riverbank because he sweeps fallen leaves from the stone steps each morning. Min thanked him and stayed behind. He did exactly as the old man instructed. The pebble lay still, like a small sleeping fish in his hands. His breath slowed. The crowd in his head thinned. He set the morning meeting down by his feet. He placed the money he needed to send into an imaginary envelope and wrote "Send" on it. He placed the nameless fear in a cardboard box and left the lid slightly open, like a window, to let the wind through. When he opened his eyes, the moon was higher. The ripples from where the pebble had fallen had left no trace on the surface, yet inside him it felt like other ripples were still fading away. He stood up, placed the pebble in his pocket, and slowly walked back toward the alley. Each step on the ground felt like writing a word onto paper. He did not know what tomorrow would bring. He only knew that tonight, a quiet space had found somewhere to sit inside him, like a friend who arrived late but was in no hurry to say anything. The next morning, Min woke earlier than usual. He made a cup of warm water, stood by the window, looking at a patch of blue sky still tinged with gray mist. He took out paper and pen and wrote down 3 things to do. He did not make a long list, just 3. 1 for the morning, 1 for the afternoon, and 1 for the evening. He placed the meeting in the morning. He scheduled the call to his mother for the afternoon. He planned a short walk along the riverbank for the evening. His handwriting was steadier than usual, like someone who had sharpened a pencil and now saw fewer snags on the page. In the meeting room, he sat across from his mentor. When asked about the plan, he spoke concisely, suggesting a breakdown of the work into 3 phases he believed were achievable with buffer time for quality checks. The mentor looked at him, paused, then nodded. Min felt something open up in his chest, not because of approval or praise, but because he had not been swept up in his own sprint. He was still anxious. That had not gone away. But now, worry felt like a guest standing in the hallway, no longer sitting center stage. That afternoon, he called his mother. Her voice through the phone felt like a warm scarf. She asked how work was going. He gave a brief update, then asked about the garden behind the house. She said the lemon tree had a few new buds. Min imagined the scent of lemon, something gentle. That scent drifted through the phone line into his day, like a drop of lemon in a morning cup of warm water. That night, he returned to the riverbank. The old man was not there. The stone was still smooth. The moon had not yet risen. The grass was damp with dew earlier than usual. Min sat down, took out the pebble, and placed it in his hand. His breath found its place. The crickets found their rhythm. The water played the same old song, but the listener had changed. He recalled the line about the second arrow. He watched a thought twitching at the edge of awareness. It wanted to rush in and grab the spotlight. He whispered in his mind, "This is anxiety." "Hello. You can sit in the back row. Tonight, I have invited silence to the front." Silence arrived slowly, like someone who knows there is no need to hurry. It laid a thin blanket over the chairs. In his mind, straightened the ones that wobbled, picked up a few scraps off the floor. Silence worked like a careful roomkeeper, not complaining, not criticizing, just putting things in order. Min sat there and let silence do its job. He remembered what the old man had said about the door and the frame. He looked at one of his habits, the one where he opened 3 browser tabs at once, and jumped between work tasks, like someone switching chairs, trying to find the softest seat. He smiled. He made an appointment with that habit for the morning. Tonight, he just sat with the habit of breathing. Weeks passed. Min no longer came to the riverbank every evening, but whenever he noticed his mind setting up a stage, he would place the pebble in his hand. The pebble had become a soundless bell, a reminder just by touch. Some days, meetings did not go as planned. Some days, a coworker said something that made his heart wobble. Some days, emails came like the first rain of the season. He still worried, still got annoyed, still felt the urge to react quickly, just to feel in control. But he had learned something slower. He practiced placing a breath between an email and the reply, a breath between someone's words and his urge to defend, a breath between his ego and the frame. One afternoon, his mentor told him the team would extend a deadline for one of the projects since the data might take more time to collect. Min exhaled a little longer than usual, not because of the deadline, but because he heard something beneath the announcement. There was a new rhythm in the team, one that was no longer a mad sprint to the finish. It had begun to feel like a walk to see the road. He realized he was no longer standing alone in the promise to be good enough. He was now standing with a team of people learning how to name the cracks before driving the nails. That night, back at the riverbank, he saw the old man again. He still carried the bamboo staff. The moonlight cast a fine silver line down its length. Min greeted him and shared the small things that had changed. The old man listened, nodded, and occasionally smiled. Then he said, "You know, many people think wisdom is a giant light, But actually, it is the habit of looking for the small switch in a dark room. Every time you find one, you turn on a light. Not to banish all the darkness, but just enough to take one more step. And for the next step, there is another switch, and another after that. That is how you go on. Min asked, "What if one day I cannot find the switch?" The old man replied, "Then you sit down on the floor, lean against the wall, and listen to your heartbeat. The heartbeat is like an old oil lamp. It does not need a switch. It does not shine brightly, but it is warm enough so that you do not feel alone in the night. And when that warmth reaches you, your hand will tremble less, and your eyes will see the room more clearly. It might be at that moment your hand touches a switch without even meaning to." They fell silent again. The river flowed, the moon moved, and the grass listened. The old man stood up first. He said he was leaving a bit early tonight because he wanted to wake up earlier than usual. He had a chair to plane down to fit its new owner. He wished Min a good night. Min replied, his voice as gentle as a thread just sewn through a buttonhole. That night, Min went home and slept. Not a perfect sleep. He still woke once in the night, heard the sound of a car outside, thought of a bullet point he had yet to write down. But he placed a hand on his belly, named the feeling exhaled with the word, "Let go," and sleep returned to him like a small boat drifting toward shore. The next morning, the sun cast thin strands of golden hair across the neighbor's roof, and in that quiet light, Min poured water into a glass, saw the surface tremble with tiny ripples, and smiled, knowing he would lay the pebble down again when needed. Min's story does not end here because life does not like endings. Life prefers small pauses, connected like the rhythm of breath. But something changed that night by the river. From then on, whenever anxiety waded across the bank and came to his door, it no longer brought an eviction notice for peace. It knocked, stood on the porch, and waited to hear approaching footsteps. And from inside the house, someone would step out, not with sword or shield, but with one hand gently placed on the chest and a single word, "Let go," spoken softly enough to invite the guest to sit at the edge of the couch, not in the center of the room. From that seat, anxiety could see the window open, could see the river far away, could see light moving across the water. And sometimes even it would exhale a long breath, then smile and say, "That is enough for today." If anyone asked Min what kind of wisdom helped him worry less, he would not name a book or a lecture. He would speak of a smooth stone, a pebble with a thin white streak like fishing line, an old man with a bamboo staff, and a river that knew how to listen. He would say that wisdom does not arrive as a perfect answer. It comes as the habit of placing a breath between himself and the world. Each breath is like a short bridge, just long enough to cross to the other side where the second arrow lies resting in the grass, no longer needing to be fired. And on that other side, the voice of life no longer shouts. It only whispers just enough, like the sound of water touching stone, then passing by, calm and honest. Second story. The room, hung with wind. In that city, there is a little slope leading up a low hill, and at the top, a wooden house with no signboard, only a strip of white cloth hanging loosely across the doorway, like an eyelid that has just closed. People call it the room hung with wind, because whoever steps inside hears slender breezes passing through long wind chime strings, producing a sound that does not belong to any particular season. In summer, the sound feels as cool as water. In winter, it feels warm, like an old wool sweater. On rainy days, it sounds dry, like a hand laid on a hot cup of tea. In that room lives a middle-aged woman named Anne. Neighbors say she used to be an architect, drawing blueprints full of breathing spaces. Then, one day, she left those designs in a drawer and moved up to the hill. Every morning, she opens the door, brews tea, sweeps the floor, wipes the wind chimes with a cloth, and rehangs them, according to the order of one who understands wind better than walls. One afternoon, amid a gentle rainfall, a young woman came up the slope, pulling a small suitcase. The suitcase was not heavy, but the way she dragged it sounded like someone pulling part of herself along when it resisted. She paused in front of the white cloth, hesitated, then knocked on the door frame. Mrs. Anne came out, looked at her, with eyes like watching a leaf fall late. She invited her in. The smell of wood rain and warm tea blended into something that made one's shoulders lower a little. The young woman introduced herself as Lynn, saying she had come by hearing the rumor about the room hung with wind. Mrs. Anne nodded, asked no further questions, as though she knew stories arriving here need time to unfold themselves. They sat facing each other on two low wooden chairs. Between them was a square wooden table scratched from years of cups and elbows. Mrs. Anne poured tea into small cups, each cup like a short sentence. Lynn glanced up at the wind chime strings scattered around the room. Some hung all the way to the floor. Some stopped at eye level. Some were as fine as faint lines on the wooden background. When wind passed through, the sound was not loud. It touched the ears like a raindrop on a wide pond, calmly blooming into even circles. Mrs. Anne asked Lynn which floor of wind she wanted to hear first. Lynn, confused, smiled, and answered that she only wished to worry a little less. Mrs. Anne was silent. She placed the teapot down, then pointed to the suitcase. She asked if Lynn could open it. Lynn hesitated a bit, but perhaps the sound of the chimes made her less guarded. She placed the suitcase on the chair and opened it. Inside were no clothes, no books, no camera, only a stack of brown envelopes. Each envelope had a handwritten word in the upper right corner. The script slanted and thin. Lynn said that at some point she began writing down her worries and putting them in envelopes, hoping that by sealing them, the worries would lie still. But it seemed they found their way out. They opened themselves when she closed her eyes and crept into her head like ants finding their way into a jar of sugar. Mrs. Anne asked if she could take out one envelope. Lynn nodded. Mrs. Anne picked at random an envelope labeled "Tomorrow," opened it, and retrieved a slip of paper noting an interview schedule for a study abroad program. She flipped to the back, which bore crossed-out lines, self-questioning sentences, and a few words, "Don't forget to breathe." Mrs. Anne looked up at Lynn with a non-judging gaze. She said that in this room, people do not discard envelopes. They only hang them for the wind to pass through. She stood, took from a small cabinet a wooden clip, clipped the paper, and hung it on one of the wind strings at about forehead height. The wind passed, and the slip of paper trembled lightly, producing a faint sound like the soft exhale of someone learning to breathe again. Lynn watched, surprised and amused, because that simple gesture slowed her heart by half a beat. Mrs. Anne said here, each worry before it speaks aloud is given a place to sit, so it need not jostle in someone else's space. Worry interrupts because it fears being forgotten. When it has a place, it sits straight. Lynn said she had tried many methods, writing a journal, listening to podcasts, floral teas, counting her breaths, and those things only helped briefly. Mrs. Anne nodded, saying there is no one method that always wins over something you continually nurture. Then she asked if Lynn wanted to hear the story of the wind chimes. Lynn nodded unconsciously, holding her teacup. Mrs. Anne began when she was still an architect. She was assigned to design a small hospital in a highland region. The terrain was difficult, the budget tight, the weather harsh. The noise of a highway passing near the project was like a metallic river. People complained about the noise more than the shortage of beds. She and a team of engineers tried all kinds of soundproofing materials, built thicker walls, installed expensive glass layers. Yet the noise still seeped through invisible gaps, stabbing at ears like an overstrained string. One night, she walked to a stream behind the construction site. Rain was falling, leaves bent. Amid that sound, she heard wind chimes clinking in a small garden somewhere. That sound did not make the rain vanish, nor did it drown out the highway, but it planted a different pulse in her ears, a new structure her brain could grasp. She realized that sometimes we cannot silence noise. We can only hang up a few strands of wind. The hospital that followed included a corridor, not only with soundproof walls, but also with slender wooden bead chains hung high. Not to produce boisterous sound, but so that wind passing through would create a slow, steady biological soundtrack. Patients lying there, at least, would find a rhythm they could sync with, like when you hear your own heartbeat more clearly, and the sound of footsteps in the corridor retreats. From that, she learned something both about architecture and about mind things we do not need, do not vanish by themselves. They fade when the essential has its place. Lynn sat quietly. The hospital story struck a chord within her. She remembered nights opening her laptop, looking at a tangled work schedule, seeking a place to breathe. She realized she had spent too much time trying to silence the internal city of sound, when perhaps she only needed to hang a few strands of wind. Mrs. Ann smiled, as if guessing what she was thinking, and handed her a slim coil of string. She told Lynn to choose 3 envelopes to rename, not to discard them, but to call them new names so they become less fierce. Lynn took one envelope labeled "Failure Wrote Learning" on it. She took one with fear of being wrong, rewrote trying. One, labeled "Not Enough," she changed to "Growing." She hung those 3 envelopes on 3 different wind strings, as Mrs. Ann instructed, 1 low at hand, level, 1 at eye, level 1 a bit higher, so she had to tilt her neck upward. Mrs. Ann said the low one represents what we can act on immediately, the eye level one, what we should observe daily, the higher one, what we leave to heaven's help. The wind passed. The 3 slips trembled in different ways. The low one rattled fast like a reminder. The one at eye level trembled softly like a gentle coaxing. The high one shook slowly like a promise of seasons to come. Lynn felt a bit lighter. A small space opened where the wind passed through her throat. Mrs. Ann told her to begin drinking tea as one drinks time. Lift the cup gaze at the steam weight, 3 seconds set it down. A small sip swallow, slowly count silently to 4. Let the sensation pass through the chest like a beam of light. Each sip becomes a rung in the ladder, leading deeper within one's own room, where on the lowest floor sits an empty chair reserved for silence. They drank tea like that. Outside, the rain had stopped. Inside, the voice of the wind changed its tone. Lynn told that she was about to have an interview, that she was afraid she could not say any sentence the way she wanted, that she felt small before those big questions. Mrs. An did not give specific advice. She only asked whether Lynn could speak about a time she had helped someone. Lynn told of an old man selling used books on the sidewalk beside the apartment block she lived in. It rained, and his books got wet, so she stood beside him, used a tarp to shield them, and used her hair dryer to dry each volume. Mrs. An asked at that time, did she think of herself? Lynn said no. Her hands acted before her thoughts. Mrs. An nodded. She said that when we stand exactly in the place where the task is needed, anxiety withdraws into its hands. It is busier doing than speaking. Interview is like that too. Not that you must be perfect. You only need to stand in the place of doing and speak with the hands that once dried books. Mrs. An rose, went to a wooden shelf, and took down a small box. Inside the box were flat pebbles of various colors, each bearing a thin vein, like a wind streak in winter. She told Lynn to pick one. Lynn picked a pale gray stone whose vein curled like a stream around a rock. It felt cool and rounded, like a kind greeting. Mrs. An told her to carry this pebble in her shirt pocket through the coming week. Whenever she hears the voice of anxiety speak too loudly, she should touch the stone with her index finger and repeat a short sentence she had just written on one envelope. Not to banish it, but to erect a new rhythm. That sentence might be learning, or trying, or growing. Choose the one that springs from her throat, like a branch, reaching for sunlight. Lynn asked, "What about the other envelopes?" Mrs. An smiled. She said they are still here. In the room, hung with wind, every worry eventually has its place to sit until it wants to sit by itself. Each week, she may return, rearrange them, place what has softened downward, and lift what needs more visibility, a little higher. Do not do it too fast, for wind does not like to be pulled. It only likes to be let in through an open door. Dusk fell across the hill. The roofs below began turning on lights. The damp slope glowed as if it were the surface of a leaf just washed. Lynn stood, bowed, thanked her for tea and wind. Before stepping out, Mrs. An handed her a small slip of paper with 4 lines, like 4 rivets tacking a wooden ladder. She said, "Listen, then place them. Place them in the right spot. Right spot is enough. Once enough, then walk." Lynn clipped the slip into the lid of her suitcase, tied the strap, and smiled. The suitcase suddenly felt lighter. That night, in her small rented room, Lynn opened the window so wind could pass through the curtain. She took out the pebble and placed it on the table beside a small houseplant, still unfamiliar with seeking sunshine in a foreign window. She opened her laptop and rewrote her interview prep schedule, removing dense bullet lists, leaving only 3 parts. 1 true story, 1 skill she used, 1 thing she is learning. She jotted Mrs. Ann's 4 lines into her journal, underlined the phrase, "right spot," with a long stroke, then set down the pen as though placing the last brick at the edge of a porch. On the day of the interview, before entering the room, Lynn touched the pebble in her shirt. Her fingers felt the vein curling like a trail along the hillside. Her heart's pace slowed. When asked about a failure, she told how her first application had been rejected for lacking proof. She spoke of the disappointment, how she sat down and listed what proof would be needed. Next time, called 2 former mentors asking for confirmation letters. She said she had learned to ask when needed and not hide her not knowing. While speaking, she heard somewhere in her ear the faint ring of a chime, like a raindrop striking wooden eaves. She understood she no longer stood alone. Behind her was a room hung with wind supporting her voice. The interview ended. Lynn did not know the result yet. She only knew that as she stepped out of the glass building, the air was not oppressively hot. The wind on the sidewalk smelled like freshly baked bread. The bus passing by did not startle her. She decided not to check her email immediately. She walked home, stopped at a small shop to buy 2 pastries, 1 for herself, 1 for the old bookseller. The clinging rain of days before had become just a memory, like a story with a gentle ending. On the weekend, Lynn returned to the wind-hung room. Mrs. An was sweeping the floor, her movements slow but sure, like someone composing a poem without letters. Lynn Rehung. The envelope labeled learning on the horizontal line moved trying downward, placed growing at height. Mrs. An watched her arrangement and nodded. She asked if Lynn would like to hear another story this time about the long table in the kitchen and its 4 empty chairs. Lynn laughed, nodded, sat back in a bamboo chair. A hot cup of tea arrived, like a ritual for someone returning from a long journey. Mrs. An said that when she moved up to the hill, she brought a long wooden table. Each time a worry begins, she sets out 4 chairs. Left chair for truth, right chair for imagination, the opposite chair for plan, and her own chair for breath. She asks a question of each chair. What does truth say today? What color does imagination want to add? What milestones does the plan need? How is your breath moving? When all 4 chairs have answered, her meal begins. Not a meal free of noise, but cooled more gently, and the sound of knife on fork becomes part of a normal beat. From that, she understood that anxiety fears being invited to the right seat. It wants to wander, stepping on others' toes. When it has its chair, it eats, it speaks just enough, and when its time is done, it rises. Lynn listened and saw that table in her mind. She imagined each night she could also set 4 chairs. Ask one question to each so that the envelopes in her suitcase do not crowd one another. She told Mrs. On perhaps the hardest thing is not to find the answer, but to allow asking slowly. Mrs. On nodded. She said the path of wind is the path through the narrow gaps of time. Whoever wants to catch wind must learn slowness. Slowness is not being late. Slowness is walking in your own rhythm. Afternoon spread over the hill. Clouds drifted, not threatening, just like someone dragging a thin curtain across sunlight. Lynn carried the pebble, the 4 rivets, and a new habit, hanging envelopes. Before leaving the room, Anne handed her a very small chime, almost just a thin metal leaf with a wooden striker. She said, "Hang it at your window. Each morning when you open the window, touch it gently so it rings once. Not to call good fortune, but to remind you the new day begins with a slow tone. On days you feel weary, do not strike it. Just open the window and let the wind find its way." A month later, Lynn received her interview result. An email with a few short lines, a congratulation message, and a timetable to prepare. She opened the email, not at midnight, but one morning after touching the little window chime. She read, smiled, opened her suitcase, took out the envelopes, and rehung them. Learning became continuing. Trying became doing. Growing remained high, and she added a new envelope labeled gratitude. She placed a 5th chair at her table, a chair for silence after joy, so that joy does not become a new busyness. Mrs. Anne's room, hung with wind, remains open every morning. The tea is still warm, the floor still clean, the chimes still softly ring. People come and go. Each hangs some envelopes and takes home a few strands of wind. Some ask Mrs. On when those envelopes will all disappear. She says some will stay forever, like old photographs. They do not need tearing. They just need to change scent from harsh to gentle. Some envelopes will fall on their own, like the last leaves of the season. No need to wave farewell. Just open the door so wind may pass through. And in one corner of the room, by the window overlooking the slope, there is a small shelf. On it is a row of flat pebbles, each carrying the story of someone who has worried less. Whenever a new pebble is placed, Mrs. Anne hears in her mind a new chime, not the chime of a fresh victory, but the chime of a wind circle, completed, reminding that wisdom is not something grand. It is the habit of hanging the right thing in the right place, on the right day, at the right rhythm. If someone asked Lynn how to escape anxiety, she would not speak of fighting it. She would tell of renaming envelopes of the 4 chairs at the dining table of wind sounds, passing through strings of touching a pebble, to remember that she is learning. She would say, peace is not where there is nothing to worry about, but where each task rests in the correct seat, so that we may sit in the chair of breath and eat a meal without hurry. And if someone asked to hear the wind, she would simply show them the little slope, the wooden house with no sign, the white strip of cloth drooping like a half-closed eyelid. The place where a woman named Anne opens the door each morning, rehangs the wind, and brews tea, as though brewing time for someone who has come just in time. 3rd story. The man who mends clouds. In that mountain village, dusk arrives earlier than in the plains. When the sun still hangs halfway down a mountainside, the shadow of the jackfruit tree at the alley's mouth already reaches the steps of Mr. Two's house. Every day, he sits on the porch, a large needle in hand, like a chopstick, stitching torn nets of forest workers or patching children's torn clothes. But few know he has another craft, the craft of mending clouds. People joke about it, since no one believes one can mend something you cannot touch. Only those who have sat beside him and heard his stories understand that cloud mending is really mending the heart. One noon, a young man from the city came. He carried a backpack and a face heavy like impending rain. His name was Nam. He said he had not slept for 3 months. His head always crackled like thunder anxieties, arriving and staying put like gray clouds refusing to disperse. Hearing that people said Mr. Two had a method to calm hearts, he came asking for help. The old man looked at him, squinted, smiled, and said, "The sky has no ugly clouds. Only people who watch clouds and forget the wind still blows." Then he invited Nam inside, pointed to a bamboo mat near the window, and told him to sit and listen to the sound of the mountains. Mr. Two's house lies on the edge of the hill, so wind through the roof always carries the sound of pines. The window opens onto a bank of clouds, white mixed with gray, drifting slowly like a traveler weary of return. he asked Nam what he worried about. Nam was silent for a while, then spoke. He worked in an advertising firm, a job full of creativity, but also full of chase. Every morning, he picks up his phone to dozens of messages, tasks to do, deadlines, closing in on his neck. He fears being late, losing opportunity, failing others. Each night, though exhausted, he still opens his laptop and rechecks plans, edits each sentence, each image. I feel if I stop, everything will collapse, he said. But the more I try to hold on, the heavier my head becomes. Mr. Tu nodded slowly. He began telling Nam an old story. When he was younger, he also ran running tasks, racing deadlines, trying to outpace others. Until one day, he was assigned to deliver a bridge design document to the district center under urgent deadline. It rained mid-season, roads slippery, and he slipped on a slope. The drawing spilled into the stream. He stood and watched as the water carried away sheets like schools of white fish. He chased after, but the more he ran, the muddier the water grew and the drawings shredded. At that moment, a monk passing by spoke one line. The bridge you meant to submit has collapsed. But what of the bridge inside you? At that time, Mr. Tu did not fully understand. But that night, lying awake in the rain, he perceived a broken bridge inside him. The bridge connecting his work to his life. From that day, he learned to mend bridges by mending clouds. Nam laughed, thinking it playful. Mr. Tu lifted the large needle on his table, threaded a strand of white wool, extended the needle toward the window, where a cloud streak had thinned and gently pierced the air. You see, he said, mending clouds is seeing the clouds tear without chasing after it. You just extend a hand enough to remind it you are still here. When your mind quiets, the cloud will stitch itself. Nam was silent. The old man continued. People worry because they imagine themselves as sky. The sky must manage, clouds must keep sunshine, must send rain at the right time. But in truth, you are just a mountain. Cloud arrives. You provide shade. Cloud departs. The sun returns. A mountain does not chase clouds. It just stands still. He set down the needle and poured Nam a cup of herbal tea, saying, "Drink this," as though sipping a cloud just mended. Nam sipped. A warmth flowed through his throat like a thin breeze. Mr. Tu looked out, then said, "Whenever your head feels heavy, do a small thing. Write a worry on paper. Fold it like a cloud. Place it on the table. Observe 3 breaths. If after 3 breaths it still unsettles you, open it and ask, is this happening now? If yes, take a small action. If not, let it drift. Don't let your mind become a stagnant pond. Clouds only mirror onto calm water. Nam followed. That night, he wrote 3 worries. Project not approved, boss. Distant, uncertain future. He laid the 3 slips on the wooden table, examining each. The project not approved real, because he is waiting. He sent a reminder email. The boss distant, uncertain, because it is perception. He folded that slip and put it aside. The uncertain future not happening now, for today still has sunshine. He inhaled, exhaled, felt his chest lighten a hair's breadth. Next morning, Nam stayed to help Mr. Two split firewood. Valley. Wind pressed upward, puffing his shirt like a sail. The old man asked, "Do you hear anything?" Nam replied, "Only wind." He laughed. Exactly. Wind does not teach people to speak. Wind teaches people to listen. Then he told another story. Once, a young woman came crying over losing her lover. She insisted the sky was cruel for taking all away. He pointed to the sky, asked if she saw clouds. She nodded. He said, "You say sky took away, but clouds remain only changing shape. Perhaps your beloved is now a different cloud in another sky, still drifting." She fell silent. Several months later, she sent him a letter. She had stopped crying. Whenever she looks at the sky, she imagines that person still walking along in some form. That is a seam sewn tight, he told her, not sewn to glue back, but so 2 pieces of sky do not slip apart. Nam asked, "Do you ever stop worrying?" Mr. Two smiled, crinkled like tree bark. No one stops. One only learns to worry in the right places. Worry for a tree, and the tree grows. Worry for a person, and closeness deepens. Worry about clouds, and the clouds turn white. But worry for what is untrue blossoms only an illusion. That afternoon, they climbed to the hill's summit under an old pine. Mr. Two carried a large cloth and told Nam to help. They stretched the cloth between 2 wooden posts. "This is your own sky frame," he said. "Whenever you worry, imagine writing it there by breath. No pen. 1 breath writes 1 letter. When the wind comes, it will read and erase it." Nam stared, his breath gradually steady. Wind slipped through hair, through the cloth, making a sound like someone knocking lightly. In that moment, he felt his worries dissolve into the air, not vanish, only thin out. He remembered the office, the emails, the meetings, and realized they were also clouds. When he strained to hold them, they became heavy. When he stood still, they drifted. 3 days later, Nam left the village. Before departing, Mr. Tu gave him a small needle and said, "Keep this, not to stitch clothes, but to remind you that when you worry, you already hold a needle. With a needle, you can mend what is torn in the heart." Nam accepted, bowed, and descended the mountain. In the following days in the city, he still faced old pressures. But whenever his head felt heavy, he would take out the needle, place it on a table, look at it like a strand of winter wind. He would breathe, write out a worry, then fold it. One night, he even dreamed he and Mr. Tu sat by a window, mending a cloud, the needle going back and forth until the cloud stitched together. He awoke to feel a calmer inner wind. One weekend afternoon, he went to a rooftop. The clouds were dense, but sunlight pierced through cracks. He raised the needle skyward and gently pierced the emptiness as the old man had once done, smiling. Far off, there might have been someone also looking up, seeing a small glint in the sky, and thinking, "Oh, someone just finished sewing a patch of sky." And in that moment, Nam understood that wisdom is not avoiding worry, but learning to mend clouds. You do not need a real needle or thread, just breath and a heart still enough to see that what seems about to break is only demanding to be seen again by gentleness. In that act, clouds stitch themselves, sky clears, and a person becomes light, like wind passing over a rooftop. Story 4. The Lighthouse Keeper and the Notebook of Knotted Ropes. That stretch of coastline was not as noisy as the beaches down south. It was a rocky spur reaching into the sea, wind blowing through to make your eyelids salty, waves coming close to your feet, then turning back as if remembering some other errand. At the highest headland stood a white lighthouse, its tower scarred by salt and seasons. At night, its beams swept slowly across the sea, each sweep like the long blink of an old guard watching distant ships. There lived a man people called the Keeper of the Light. Folks knew him by his slow, sure gait, by the heavy cloth cloak that always smelled of lamp oil, and by his habit of standing rapt at the sea without saying a word. They said, if someone is lost in the kind of worry that stretches like fog offshore, spending a few nights at the lighthouse will help them find the way back to their own shore. One early autumn afternoon, a young woman dragged her suitcase up the rocky slope toward the tower. Her name was Vi. She worked in the emergency room of a big city hospital. For many months, she had lived a rhythm of continuous alarm bells, waiting, faces, decisions requiring faster than a deep breath. Even after leaving the hospital, the hum of machines followed her. Home crept into her sleep, waking her at 3 a.m. She took a short leave, rented a room by the cliff, and carried a fragile hope that the sea would quiet her. But on the first night, the waves reminded her of patient heart monitors. She rose, donned her coat, and followed a path to the lighthouse, as if seeking a lamp in the haze. The keeper sat on wooden steps, holding a coil of rope and a small knife. He saw Vi from afar, slowly rose, and motioned her to sit. He asked nothing about her origin. He poured warm water into an old enamel cup, pushed it toward her, and continued working on the rope. The knife passed through frayed fibers. His fingers wove and twisted to bind them tight. After a while, he spoke more to the rope than to Vi, that tonight the sea sounded kind. Vi, tired, smiled and sipped the water, then found herself saying she had come to breathe, though somehow she was still breathing hospital rhythms. The keeper nodded and said, "A hospital is like a great wave. If you bring the whole wave up to the lighthouse, the tower will waver too. It is not the wave's fault. It's that we forget to drain some water from our feet before climbing." He handed Vi a short length of fresh rope. He told her to tie a simple knot. Vi threaded it, tied, tangled, untied, tried again. Several times, the knot slipped. The keeper smiled with his eyes, not his mouth, then slowly showed her how. He said, "Every worry is like a piece of rope. If not knotted, it slips in your mind. The harder you hold, the more it cuts your hand. If knotted rightly, it stays in place." In this lighthouse, one learns 3 simple knots. The first to name, the second to place, the third to release. Vi asked why rope. He answered that sea wind does not like paper. He then gave her a cloth-covered gray notebook filled with blank pages, faintly lined. On the first page, a large print message read, "Here then knot, knot, then place, place, then walk." He said, "Tonight, begin by hearing. Not the seas, not the beacon. Hear the voice inside that wants to speak loudest. When it does, do not structure or argue, transcribe it into the notebook as though recording coordinates. Then tie a knot on the rope, murmuring its name. Then place the knotted rope into the wooden box beside the lamp. Having placed it, rise and walk 1 round of the balcony outside the tower. Do not look back to the box. Do not pause more than 1 sweep of the light." Vi did as instructed. she opened the notebook, wrote the first line with hands trembling. I fear not saving someone in time again. She tied a light knot, not tight, because her hands still remembered the tension of saving, not loosening. She put the rope with its knot into the wooden box. The box had no lock, but smelled of old timber and lamp oil. She stood, went out to the balcony. Wind whipped her hair, her shoulders drank moisture. The beacon's beam made a turn, its light slowly sweeping her face, then out to sea like a silent greeting. Back inside, she sat and listened. The second line appeared. I fear that if I stop, everything will collapse. The second knot she tied more firmly. On the second lap of light, she caught sight of a night bird gliding past. The third line came slowest. I fear I will become someone unable to hear others. Only the alarm in my head. The third knot she tied carefully, tears in her eyes, uncertain whether from wind or truth. The keeper did not intrude into that quiet. He worked on loosening old salt-worn strands of rope that had unraveled in the sea's salt. When Vi slipped the third knotted rope into the box, he closed the lid, moved the box near the lamp, and said, "The box does not swallow worry. The box merely holds place for worry for one watch. One watch in the lighthouse is 4 sweeps of the light. After 4 sweeps, anyone may open it. But before the 4, do not call it. To call its name is to release it from its seat." Vi nodded and sat quietly, letting the sound of light passing through metal axes fill the silence. After 4 sweeps, he opened the box and handed Vi the first rope back. He said, "That is the knot of naming. Next is placing." He rose, walked to the eastern wall. On that wall hung a long wooden board with small nails arranged in 3 rows, each nail bearing a simple symbol. The bottom row, dates. The middle row, hours. The top row, wind directions. He said, "Hang your worry on 1 nail." Vi asked where exactly. He said, "Place it at the nearest spot where you see a clear next move. Not total resolution, but a direction you can act." She hung the rope labeled "Fear of not saving someone" on the nail for tomorrow morning, just before her first shift after leave. The clear action she wrote in the notebook: arrive 15 minutes early. Spare 5 minutes to review a scenario she still fumbles. 5 minutes for breathing after handoff. 5 minutes scanning the room and noting that all monitors are calm. She hung the second rope. Fear things collapse on the nail for later that day after descending the tower with clear action. Call a trusted colleague. Say, honestly, "I'm tired. I will take all 3 leave days to recover." If schedule change is needed, please help me adjust. She placed the third rope on the evening nail with action. Silence alarm for 1 hour. Place hand on chest and count 12 heartbeats as though listening to 12 rivers. The keeper nodded and said, "The third knot is the knot of releasing. That is the hardest knot. Not releasing life, but releasing the habit of judging everything within one breath." He gave her another thinner rope and told her to tie it to the balcony railing in the style of sailors mooring their lines. Vi did so slowly. She recognized her hands had practiced gripping tightly to pull herself back from cliffs, so tying a release knot was not easy. He said, "That's okay. Some knots we practice our whole life, but life does not demand we finish them at once." The lighthouse beam swept past the sea. In the distance, a ship's light glowed. Vi leaned on the railing and heard the sea no longer echo machine hums. The rhythm was different now, a pulse that opens doors instead of closing them. As dark fell, he led Vi to the top of the tower. Inside, curved panes of glass formed a ring of light. He showed her the control panel, the oil reservoir ventilation holes, how to clean the glass so that each smudge would not distort a ship's direction. He said the lighthouse does not banish storms. It simply keeps a steady rhythm of light. Ships see that rhythm and know where they are. In the same way, inside us, storms will not obey us, but the rhythm of light is ours to keep. Those who worry too much forget to refuel their own lamp. That fuel is breath-warm water, a slow meal, an honest word to someone who can listen. Without oil, the light flickers. A flickering light makes ships drift. Ships drifting make one think the storm is bigger than it is. Night deepened. Vi stayed in her small room at the tower's base. A narrow window showed part of black sea and part of a sparse, starry sky. She opened the gray notebook, transcribed the 3 clear actions she had hung. She added one more line as a self-reminder. Not that today everything will be calm. Today I will not extinguish my lamp. She folded the notebook, lay down, heard before her the keeper's steps up and down, his pacing echoing the turning of the light. In sleep, she dreamt she stood in a milky night, holding a long rope. Each knot was a face she had met, some passing, some staying, all held together by a slow rhythm, unhurried. The next morning, the wind shifted. The sea's blue took on a new hue. Vi made a pot of water as he taught her, pouring from high, to hear the waters fall into the cup as a string of sounds. He said, one may measure the heart by that sound. If the sound is rushed, the heart is rushed. If the sound is even the heart, is at ease. They sat by the open window drinking. He asked, "Do you often look at maps?" Vi said, "in the hospital. Their maps are floor plans, routes for emergencies." He nodded, rose, and spread an old nautical chart across the table, paper yellowed as though the sun had rested upon it many times. He pointed to arrows indicating paths of undersea currents. He said, "Most things that strike the eye are surface waves. Worry tends to choose surface waves to judge the ocean, but a captain watches the currents. They navigate by things beneath the surface, slow, steady, mostly silent. When you measure your life by loudness, you travel by surface waves. When you begin to look at currents, you journey by what is unseen but universally shared." Vi was silent for a moment. She thought about the noisy shifts, about decisions made in sweat and pager beeps. She remembered the very short moments between shifts when she stood by the water cooler, her hand resting on the basin's rim, eyes gazing out the small window at the greenery hovering at the end of a corridor. She used to skip those moments, believing silence was a luxury in her line of work. Now she understood those were her own ocean currents. Failing to observe them, she pushed her little vessel into eddies. 3 days passed like 3 slow rotations of the lighthouse light in her heart. Before leaving the tower, Vi returned the wooden box to its place, gave back the gray notebook with a few marked pages, returned the thin rope she had tied to the railing. The keeper handed her another object to carry, a small compass with a black needle, a silver dial worn and scratched by years in a pocket. He said, "This compass is not just for paths. It is for the path within. Each evening, place it before you. See where the needle settles. If the needle keeps trembling, that means there is a machine still running inside. Turn off one small machine, like a notification on your phone, a kitchen light, an information channel in your mind. If the needle stands still for 2 counts, it means your home within has quieted a bit. Not perfection, just a little steadily." Back in the city, Vi hung the compass beside her mirror, put the gray notebook on her desk, and bought a small coil of coarse rope to place on a kitchen shelf. The first night, she heard again the bell of her shift somewhere inside her, but she opened the notebook, wrote 3 lines, tied 3 knots, and placed them in a wooden box she purchased. She went out to the balcony, watched the lights of the city spin like a tower, beacon, slowly sweeping her gaze across. The next morning, she started her shift early, stood 5 minutes on the stairs, looking over the ward before beginning work. A colleague saw her and asked why she looked calm. Vi smiled and said perhaps it was because she had been to the sea the wind had changed direction inside her. There were still hard days after that. There were patients she and the team could not save. One night, Shift was so frantic, her hands trembled, removing gloves. One midday, she leaned her forehead against the storeroom window, eyes stinging from sleep deprivation. Each time that happened, she opened a drawer, took out the compass, placed it in front of her, waited for the needle to settle, then tied an imaginary rope knot, placed it in the box. Once, on a bus home, she pictured the wooden box in the tower. She imagined the lid opening a rope, dangling onto the board, a nail labeled with a wind direction, shifting from northeast to southwest, and an old man refueling the lamp. Just the thought loosened her grip on the seat. Gradually, Vi realized she no longer judged a day by the number of alarms, but by how many rotations of the light she had held within her. Some days, just one round. Some days, two. Rare days of three, she would write a line of gratitude in the notebook. On days with zero, she still wrote, adding an arrow pointing to the next page, like hanging a rope in its rightful nail. Friends told her she had begun speaking, slower, smiling, longer, walking more between two rooms. She did not try to change. She simply stopped turning off her own light. Once the hospital held a short gathering for nurses to share self-care methods. Someone talked about yoga, someone about music. Vi shared about a lighthouse, a wooden box, a board with little nails and 3 simple knots. Someone laughed and said she was overly romantic amid syringes and gurneys. Vi did not argue. She simply smiled. After the gathering, an older nurse came to her and said she had an old box her daughter no longer used. She asked if she could use it as a worry box. Vi nodded and told her simply she only needed to write on a few imaginary nails and hang there just so. Toward the end of the season, Vi took 2 days off, caught a bus back to the seaside. The sky that day was so clear, it seemed the lighthouse stood in a glass of water. The keeper sat again by the wooden steps, weaving rope eyes, glancing past her at sea, as though counting distant ships. Vi greeted him, set down a small gift bag inside a new coarse rope coil, a bottle of light-scented oil for the room under the tower. He nodded, did not take them immediately, as though letting the gifts sit a moment so they could rest from their journey. She withdrew the gray notebook, flipped to a middle page, and showed him. On it were brief lines marking the rotations she had held. The day's knots held the day's knots slipped, and she had to retie. He read slowly and nodded. He told her she perhaps by now knows what it took him many years to learn, that even rotation of light is not because the sea is calm. The light rotates steadily to remind the sea there is a shore. Those who worry are not because life is cruel. They worry because they forget there is a shore within them. When you remember, your shore waves don't instantly quiet, but your vessel stops drifting and you stop losing yourself. Vi rose. Together, they climbed to the top of the tower. They cleaned the glass panes, refueled the lamp, listened to small metallic quivers when wind shifted a notch. He led her to look through the telescope toward the horizon. There a small dark dot moved. He said it was a fishing boat. The captain, once lost in fog, nearly ran into rocks, but seeing this rotating light, he slowed, chose a steady heading, and passed safely. He said, when he recalls that he does not think he saved someone, he sees a light turned at the right time. In the hospital, she will not save the whole world. She only keeps one steady light at the right moment, and one person passes through. That is enough for the world to continue. That evening, Vi sat alone on the steps, watching the beam sweep past her, hand her face the dark wood boards. She thought of those she'd met, faces half lost, half found, eyes placing part trust on a white coat's edge. She tied a knot in her heart, no rope, an inner knot for unnamed names, for unspoken gratitude, for apologies to herself for demanding to be the sea. She placed that knot in an imaginary box, hung it on the next season's nail, and smiled as the wind through the cliff caves below the tower made a solemn hum like an old instrument. When the sun set, the light began its nocturne. The beam traced a circle, dragging a thin line across distant water. Vi bid the keeper farewell, walked down the slope toward her small room. In her pocket, the compass trembled, then settled. In the city, alarms would sound, corridors would extend, people would run for others. Vi knew she would return to them tomorrow. She also knew today in her hands were 3 simple knots and a lamp she needed not ask permission to fuel. And so long as that light keeps turning slow, small, her sea remembers the way home. If someday someone asks her what she did to escape worries as thick as mist, she will not speak of any mysterious secret. She will tell of salt, wet, wooden steps of a wooden box by a lamp of a board, with small nails carved with wind directions of a compass trembling, then resting, of 3 knots any child might learn. She will say that peace is not the absence of alarms. Peace is amid alarms, remembering to fuel one's own lamp. And each time that light sweeps across your heart, anxiety steps aside just enough for a vessel to pass. Sometimes another person, sometimes yourself. Story 5. The dough paper shop by the stream and the frame, waiting for sunlight. That little alley has no name on any map, just a thin thread pulled from the main road back behind the village, ending where a narrow stream folds in like a crease in the rice field. At the end of that alley stands a low-roofed house, its lime-washed walls already tinted with age. The wooden door has a round hole cut into it, so wind may pass in and out. On the windowsill always hang several sheets of white paper, drying not the bright white of printed paper, but the kind with texture, with the breath of plant fibers. Locals call the place the paper shop. Its owner is an old woman of about 70, hair as silver as a dry season stream, her hands nearly always wet. People call her Mrs. Boy because her craft is tied to reading the wind and pounding paper. She knows which sheet to hang first, which to hang later. She watches the water to gauge when the pulp has settled. Those who know add a title: Mrs. Boy, Non-Patience. Boy. One late afternoon, silent of birds, a young woman walked through the alley carrying a heavy backpack, her eyes tangled like a stack of uncut paper. Her name was Huyen. She worked on tech projects in the city, had lived years of running and resisting, and now felt inside her like a paper-jammed printer. Recently, even lying down, her heart thumped to meeting rhythms. Her eyes feared screens, even when the lights were off. Some said she should return to the village, visit the paper shop, drink the stream water, hear Mrs. Boy speak of settling the pulp of the heart. She hesitated. It sounded nebulous, but still came, because sometimes one must trust a sheet of paper drying in the sun. The door was half closed. Huyen knocked softly. The scent of lime water, remnant dough pulp, and sunlight on coarse fabric greeted her. Inside, the old woman stood by a large wooden vat filled with cloudy water, like a crushed cloud in suspension. She held a mold frame, a bamboo frame stretched with fine mesh, dipped into the vat, lifted slowly, letting water drain through the mesh. What remained on the frame was a thin, even layer of pulp, like mist on a screen. She tilted the frame. The last drops fell into the vat with soft plinks. Not looking up, she said, as though conversing with the frame. Let it even itself. Don't rush it. Then she turned, nodded in greeting, her eyes as clear as fresh paper in sunlight. Come in, child. Sit over there, away from the gusts. She pointed to a bamboo seat. Huyen sat. Before she could speak, the old woman handed her a cup of water. Drink this. The vat water is to stir. The cup water is to settle. The remark made Huyen smile lightly, a slit of relief between the strain. She began telling that she worked too much. Her head twitchy, heart racing, stomach queasy. At night, she saw the ceiling turning into grids of schedule slots. She said she had tried meditation, leaving the phone outside the room, journaling, but those felt like foam on soup, skimmed off, only to reappear. Mrs. Boy did not interrupt. She dipped the frame again, allowing water to pass, moving her hand with the gentleness of coaxing a drowsy child. Do you know why dough paper becomes smooth? Not because one pounds harder, but because one knows when to stop pounding and when to let sedge settle. She set the frame onto a table, covered it with a thick cloth to transfer the wet pulp onto the cloth. The cloth sipped the pulp like a rice paddy holding dew. She dipped the frame again. Each frame is one breath. Each breath is one page waiting for sun. You bring your worries here, she said. You bring stirring hands and urgent hands. Here you'll practice 3 motions: proper, stirring sufficient, settling, just enough, drying. In your work, everything is measured by hours. Here it is measured by fiber. She took a bamboo stick and stirred slowly in the vat. What is stirring properly? It is when you write your worry down, then stir it 3 times in the same word. What word? The word being. Being late. Being tired. Being angry. If you stir, it will spoil. Will muddy the water forever. Huyen frowned. What about tomorrow's work? Mrs. Boy smiled. That is for the sun. Today we settle. She handed Huyen a coarse cloth notebook whose cover was stamped with the title Kung Cho Frame Waiting. Inside, thick ivory paper. Write your 3 worries in 3 lines, but each line only 5 words. Too many words is stirring. Too few is shallow settling. Huyen took the pen. Her hand trembled a little, then wrote 1. Deadline slipping. 2. Few nights of sleep. 3. Team apart. My fault. The old woman looked over. The lines. Nodded. Beauty of the writing doesn't matter. Honesty makes the water settle on its own. She brought a wooden chair close to the vat, placed the notebook before her, and directed Huyen to look into the water's surface. See the pulp riding the surface. That is foam. Foam is the second arrow of the papermaker's craft. A papermaker does not despise foam. She scoops it at the right moment. She handed Huyen a flat bamboo spoon. Each foam is an interpretation you are pouring onto the fact. The fact is the pulp. Interpretation is the foam. Scoop the foam away by asking, what I'm adding now, is it imagination or reality? If imagination, scoop it into a side bowl. Do not return it to the vat. They sat like that for a while. Sound of water trickling through the frame, the bamboo spoon tapping the bowl, wind rustling the round hole in the door. Huyen's face softened, bit by bit. Mrs. Bowie said paper wants to be beautiful. You must know how to wait for the sun. A person who wants peace must learn to wait for silence. No sun becomes bright quickly just because we rush it. She walked over to the row of drying sheets, took one already half dried, placed it on a board, pressed gently. This is just enough drying. Dry too long, and it becomes brittle. Dry too little, and it remains damp. You set your tasks the same way, just enough today, not letting intention crack. Huyen exhaled a long breath she had not realized she'd been holding. Mrs. Boy handed her a small mold frame. Try dipping one sheet of yours. Huyen lowered it into the vat, lifted it. The pulp layer trembled finely. She saw a gentleness in the fibers settling. The old woman said, gently, rock the frame in an infinity curve so the fibers spread evenly. Worry is clumping. Peace is spreading out. Huyen smiled. Why do I always try to rock hard? Because you're used to doing hard to prove you exist. Mrs. Boy replied softly. This craft teaches how to do just enough to remember you already exist. They pressed the frame onto the cloth. The pulp stuck. Mrs. Boy took another cloth sheet and laid it on top, stacking them. She explained, each sheet laid on another is not to press it, but to borrow warmth. Here learners often walk alone, but the back of the sheet underneath helps dry the one above. You leaning on someone is just the same. Huyen nodded, looking at the stack of cloths like a quiet group leaning on one another, neither meeting nor speaking, only passing warmth. When sunlight fell through a corner of the house, she spoke of the lesson of 3 layers. In every matter, there are 3 layers of paper: the event, the interpretation, and the reaction. Try to separate them. She handed a pencil. Under each worry line, Huyen wrote, Event client has not signed contract. Interpretation. They look down on me. Reaction. Stay up until 2 a.m. Fixing the deck. Mrs. Boy tapped lightly with the pencil. Interpretation is the thinnest layer, but the easiest to soak deepest. Set it aside. The event. Write a single sentence without judgment, words. The reaction. Change it into an action with duration. 25 minutes to reread requirements. 10 minutes to message teammates. 5 minutes on the balcony. No phone. Put the judgments into the foam bowl. Huyen inhaled. She crossed out. They looked down on me, scooped it with an imaginary bamboo spoon, and placed it in the separate bowl. Mrs. Boy smiled. Good. Peace is blocking the ink from smearing where it shouldn't. By dusk, she lit a lamp of oil. The light cast warm tones on the wall, like a newly dried sheet of paper just off the line. She opened a drawer, pulled out a stack of finished sheets, and gave Huyen several. Take these for your settling journal. Each night, place a sheet on your table. Write 3 lines, 5 words each, then fold it. Folding is the waiting frame. In the morning, open it and pick one 15-minute task. Just one. After you finish it, you dry it, meaning walk 8 minutes without carrying tomorrow's head. If your mind begins racing, look at the grain of the paper in your hand. Huyen smiled. That seems old-fashioned. Old-fashioned means not running fast, the woman replied. Hence, fewer stumbles. Then she told the story of ink blotting. A young artisan once spilled ink on a fine sheet. He panicked and tore it. I told him not to. I rinsed it in clear water and dried it again. The blot faded, turning into a beautiful grain. Worry is the same dip it into clear water breath, then slowly dry in sun. Many scars become your own texture. That night, in the small room beside the shop, Huyen placed the sheet the old woman had given on the table, wrote 3 5-word lines. I fear being replaced. I fear ruining things. I fear not loving someone. She folded it. She turned off the light. In the dark, she touched the grain of the paper, felt it was not entirely flat. That sensation was strangely consoling. Nothing is perfectly flat, and yet it is still paper. In the morning, dew hung on the drying line. The old woman led Huyen to the backyard, where cloths swayed slowly. She asked, "Where does your head feel heavy this morning?" Huyen put her hand to her left temple. By 9 o'clock, it always buzzes, she said. The woman nodded. At that time, don't make decisions. Just repeat a small task you already wrote. Wash hands, wash dishes, wipe table during 3 songs. That is just enough drying in your day. Young people often keep adding wind into sunlight, yet forget to preserve shade. Huyen did not fully understand yet. By midday, when the sun stood overhead, she grasped the woman's phrase. Let shade help the sun. Not everything must be exposed. Sometimes stepping into the shade allows proper drying. On the second day, Mrs. Boy took Huyen into the forest to harvest dough bark. She pointed to trees, spoke of bark and heartwood soaking in lime, pounding the fiber to loosen. You soak others' words in lime distance for 3 nights. Then pound with patient mortar. Bark too hard, discard it. Fiber too soft, keep it. You don't need every opinion of everyone. You need a little that is pliable. Huyen carried a bundle of bark. Sweat of salt stained her arm. She recalled meetings where people threw ideas onto the table, and she collected them all and held them. Today, she learned to filter. In the afternoon, rain came unexpectedly. The old woman ran out to gather the sheets. The ones just dry she brought in. The ones still damp she left, for sometimes rain softens what is over-rigid. "Do not fear rain," she said. "Rain teaches adjustment. Too stiff it breaks. Too soft it sags. Rain knows the middle place." That phrase echoed in Huyen's mind during dinner. Rain knows the middle place. She realized how many years she had lived by the command of drying. Quickly, ripening, early, bending straight. And now, a woman with wet hands had told her the middle is the place. On the second night, she was given a small checklist called Dry Enough. It had 4 lines. 1. Has the event been separated from interpretation? 2. Has a 15-minute action been scheduled? 3. Have you walked 8 minutes? Drying. 4. Who did you lend warmth to today? Huyen placed the checklist on her computer screen like a stopper. She called a teammate not for project tasks, just to say she was learning to make paper, that she was less hasty. She was surprised when the colleague said she too was worn out and just needed someone to listen for a few minutes. The short phone call spread warmth. She checked line 4, feeling calmness deepen. On the 3rd day, Mrs. Boy let Huyen stand beside the vat alone. The old woman stepped back, sitting by the door, mending an old basket. Huyen dipped motion. Lifted, laid covered. She skimmed foam as though skimming the labels of self-judgment. Useless to the foam bowl, slow to the foam bowl, mediocre to the foam bowl. She was surprised how full the side bowl filled quicker than the vat. The old woman smiled. There is your settling place. On the shelf sat a spider, weaving silk damp from last night's rain, now drying in sun. Huyen looked at the silk, understanding. Smooth doesn't mean obscure. Smooth means delicately interwoven. In the afternoon, Mrs. Boy had Huyen press the stacked cloths with a wooden board and heavy stones. Just the right weight makes dryness. Too much crushes the fiber, she said. Your own pressure is the same. Just enough awakens. Too much numbs. Huyen remembered how she once forced herself under a schedule without slack and cracked in a weak spot. She removed the stone gently, softly, as though treating herself for the first time. Before parting, the old woman handed Huyen a stack of thin paper wrapped in rough cloth and a worn bamboo stick. This stick is called the waiting stick. Whenever you feel hasty to judge, place the stick on the paper. Count 3 pulses of water passing beneath the frame. 1, 2, 3. After 3 pulses, speak. You don't need to outwit others. You just need not break yourself. She also handed a small pouch of alum powder. When water turns cloudy, drop a little alum truth. Clear water is not from lack of pulp, but pulp that consents to rest. Huyen bowed, saw her eyes wet like the pulp trough at dawn, but her heart settled. She walked out the nameless alley onto the main road, hearing straw rubbing in a courtyard, a chicken flapping wings. She no longer counted schedules in her mind. She measured the grain of the day. Back in the city, she placed the dry enough list near her keyboard, hung a sheet of dough paper at the window. Each night, she wrote 3 lines of 5 words, folded the sheet, placed it into a little waiting frame, a humble wooden box scented with incense. Morning, she would open it, choose a single 15-minute task, finish it, walk 8 minutes, gaze at a tree outside, reminding dry, just enough. Each time her mind tried to rush into tomorrow, she touched the fiber of the sheet, rocked one motion within her chest, and skimmed interpretation foam into the side bowl. Many foams, but that side bowl never returns foam to the vat. In the working group, she proposed a 10-minute settling. Before meetings, everyone writes down event, interpretation, reaction. About the topic, drops the interpretation into a communal bowl, then speaks only the event and the reaction, each with a time limit. At first, everyone laughed, saying it sounded like a game. A few weeks in, the atmosphere changed. Fewer people yelled. Meetings got shorter. 2 people in the group said they slept more deeply. One friend asked for a piece of dew paper from Huyen to stick on the wall, saying that looking at the paper made their eyes slow down. Of course, there were still off-season rainy days. Once, a project shattered because the partner switched personnel, overflowing inboxes, phones ringing until hands grew hot. Huyen felt her inner basin turn murky. She let her sediment settle. The truth was the partner had changed the team, and she had to adjust. She put the interpretation, "They do not respect us," into the communal bowl. The reaction, 15 minutes to rewrite the timeline until afternoon. 10 minutes to message the client for confirmation. 8 minutes of walking without carrying the work into tomorrow. She felt the compass in her chest quiver less, and the grain of daily life reappeared. One evening, she opened the cabinet and saw the stack of paper her grandmother gave her was halved. Each sheet bore fingerprints, the scent of home. She sent a small package back to the village, a roll of clean cloth, a pack of tea, a company office wall sheet of Buddhist paper. A few days later, she received a thin envelope. The paper inside was from the paper shop, the familiar grain on which the old Mrs. Boy had written only 4 lines. Stir correctly, all becomes level. Settle enough, then you are clear. Dry, just so, and it holds. Place side by side, and it warms. She pasted those 4 lines in the corner of her screen. Each time she got on the highway, her eyes would drift into the grain of the paper, into the communal bowl, now full, but not overflowing into the waiting frame neatly on her desk. Little by little, worry faded like ink. It became veining. Little by little, sleep returned like a dry sheet laid on wooden table. Light flat just right in hand. Sometimes she would dream she stood beside a basin oscillating infinity on her shoulders, lifting the frame up water, dripping tic-tac like a benevolent clock. On the clothesline were sheets named by a day. Monday, dry enough. Wednesday, dry just so Saturday. Place, side by side. Mrs. Boy passed by wet hands, smiling eyes saying nothing, because the air itself had said enough. If someone asked Huyen how she escaped those self-tightening loops of worry, she would not tell a swift, secret trick. She would tell of a wooden basin, translucent, a taut net frame, a communal bowl not spilling back into the basin, a dry, enough checking board, a waiting stick placed on paper, and 4 lines that old woman wrote with patient pen. She would say that peace is not absence of wind, but knowing how to stir, how to settle, how to dry, how to place side by side. Once you learn the grain of paper, the heart does not need to escape life. It only needs enough thread for life to write upon without tearing. And somewhere in a nameless alley, there is still a wooden door left ajar, a stream that runs through seasons, and an old woman who still raises the frame, waiting for the sun. Each time the frame leaves, the water a new sheet is born thin as a promise unhurried. People come and go. Worry arrives and lies down. Sun comes and goes. But the grain, the slender threads entwined by slow rhythm, remains in the heart like a sheet for tomorrow's writing, though tonight it is already dry enough. Story 6. The Photographer and the Memory Washing Chamber. In a small lane on the outskirts stood an old photo shop, a dark wooden sign reading, "Develop and keep the light half peeled. By day, the shop looked as though it had been closed for years, but at night, a yellow glow shone through the fabric curtains, and passers-by heard the steady drip of water, like time washing each old film frame. The shop owner was a man whose hair had more salt than pepper. His name was Nguyen. People called him the last film photo craftsman in the neighborhood, because after the digital era, hardly anyone brought film in to be developed. But whoever once stepped into his dark room rarely left empty-handed. They did not leave with photographs, but with something else, a part of memory cleansed of fear. One early rainy evening, and a young video editor in the city knocked on the shop door. He was in a strange season of his life. Projects, unfinished videos, incomplete, the screen's glow etched along his eyelids each night. The more he color corrected, the more every frame felt grainy. The more he rewound, the more he heard his own labored breathing in the background. The doctor had told him he had sleep disorder. Friends advised him to take a break. But An did not know what break would even mean. A photographer friend joked, "If you want rest, find a place where people still develop film. There they still know how to wait for light." And so he came to the shop, develop and keep the light. Mr. Nguyen opened the door, unsurprised to see a young customer. He pointed to the sign by the entrance. "We do not accept digital photos, only memories that need developing," and laughed, saying he had no film, only too many images in his mind. He nodded. "Then you especially need to develop them." He invited him in. The room was small, smelling of developer chemicals and damp metal. A line of wires hung overhead. A few blank photos hung silently. In the middle of the room stood a long water bath, its red light throwing everything in it like a heart chamber. He pointed to the bath. "This is the memory tank. Every person who comes brings an unseen film. I only help them soak it until the image appears." Anne hesitated. "What if there is no film?" "Then we use the light remaining inside you," he said. "Everyone carries some." He retrieved a thin glass plate and handed it to An, instructing him to gaze into the red light. "When you look, do not think. When your own shadow begins to tremble, memory will emerge." An did as told. In the blurred red glow, his face emerged, then faded, then reformed. In a moment, he saw a strange frame. An old afternoon at school. The 15-year-old boy seated at the drawing class, sunlight falling on his paper, the pale pencil flickering. He once wanted to be a painter, but his father said, "Painting won't fill your stomach." Since then, he had stowed away his colors in a drawer and studied filmmaking instead, because it is more practical. Nguyen asked, "What did you see?" Anne replied. "An image not yet taken." "That is correct," he said. "The photo is not developed, the heart not yet at peace." Then he explained, "In film development, there are 3 baths: the developer, the stop bath, and the fixer. Living is the same. When worry arrives, you must develop meaning, allow it to appear. Do not run. Then stop meaning, do not add the chemicals of imagination. Finally, fix meaning, see clearly what it is, then hang it on the line, letting light finish the work." Anne listened and felt his chest soften a little. He gave him an empty roll of film and said, "Tonight, you take 3 scenes, not with a camera, just with your eyes. 1 scene that makes you feel heavy, 1 that makes you want to flee, 1 that makes you want to stay. Bring them back tomorrow." The next morning, Anne returned. The rain was fine. The breeze carried salt from the distant sea. Mr. Nguyen asked if he had captured them. Anne recounted. "The first frame was my workspace screens and wires everywhere I felt trapped in a network. The second was a street jammed with vehicles, everyone staring at phones. I felt like I was running without knowing where. The third was a little cafe under a tree. The old woman selling drinks watched the rain and smiled. I felt light." He nodded. "Then you have the images. Now we develop." He turned on the red light and placed the glass from last night into the water bath. The first image is always blurry, like fear. Do not stir the water. The more you stir, the cloudier the fear becomes. They sat in waiting. Each drop of water sounded like a heartbeat. Slowly, on the glass, faint shapes appeared, silhouettes, wires, flickering lights. He said, "This first bath is the developer where memory is allowed to take form. You keep looking, but do not judge." When the second image emerged, the stream of cars, downcast faces, he switched the glass into another bath labeled "Stop." "In this bath," he said, "we do not add the chemicals of interpretation. You only say silently, 'I am seeing.' Nothing more, nothing less." Anne followed. He watched the drifting cars, watched a face among the crowd. In a moment, he recognized it as himself during his first commercial shoot. When he was still eager, still believing each frame could reach the viewer. The third image appeared, the cafe under the tree. The old woman's smile through the raindrops. Light around the glass warmed, then spread through the bath. He whispered, "This is the fixer bath. Here one chooses what is worth preserving." He turned off the red light and turned on white. The light illuminated the glass. The old woman's image became clearer, the water purer. "Now you hang it to dry," he told him. On the line there, unhung the 3 glasses on the line. Water dripped 1 drop at a time, falling to the wooden floor like a slow clock. He pointed. "Do you see? Among the 3 frames, only the 3rd is free of distortion, because at that moment you did not try. You just looked." Anne asked, "So how do you live like when you looked at the 3rd frame?" "Keep the dark chamber inside you," he replied. "Not to hide, but so that light still has a place to rest." And visited the shop many more evenings. Each day, Mr. Nguyen taught a lesson in the art of developing the heart. Day 1. Cut film. Keep only the segments you need. Let go of excess frames. Anxiety is film not yet cut, he said. It plays endlessly. Day 2. Balance. Exposure between past and present. Choose a middle region. If you only brighten details, vanish. If left dark, the image sinks. The heart is the same. And day 3. Drying bring hidden things into air. Let the sun do the work. Day 4. Preserve. Every cleaned sorrow is affixed to the wall. Do not forget, nor carry it away. On the final lesson, Mr. Nguyen gave Anne a blank roll of film and a handwritten note. Not all memories must be developed. Some memories are light, waiting to pass through. Your task is not to preserve everything, but to choose what is worthy of light. And asked, "What about the dark ones?" He smiled. Dark is the film not yet sufficiently exposed. When you fear darkness less, it too holds its own color. A month later, Anne returned to the city. He still worked, but each time tension came, he would turn off all screens and darken the room. In the darkness, he would breathe, imagining the 3 baths developer. Stop fixer. He allowed worry to appear, placed it in the stop bath, then hung it on the imaginary line in his mind. Gradually, he saw each fear more clearly. It turned out they were just half-developed images. Friends said he was different, less heat, less editing, more observing. He only smiled. I learned to develop with light. Once he went back to the old photo shop. The door was still open, the red light still leaking through the curtains. Mr. Nguyen was cleaning new glass plates. Anne said, "Now I know why people call your craft keeping the light. Not to keep the image bright, but so the heart does not go dark." He nodded. "Keep the light, not the picture, because the picture will fade. But light always knows the way home." Before leaving, Anne asked, "If one day you cannot develop photos anymore, who will keep the light for others?" He laid a hand on the bath and smiled. "Once light has touched water, everyone who has sat here carries a drop. You also. When you live slowly, that drop will glow. That is how you keep the lamp in hearts." Anne left the shop as dusk fell. The rain fluttered, but he did not open his umbrella. In his heart, there was a small, dark chamber, just large enough for light to take refuge. And amid the roar of traffic, he heard the steady drip, like dry film in Mr. Guin's room, the sound of stillness being washed free of worry. If someone asked him how he found peace, he would speak of the photographer in that old lane of the 3 red baths of the glasses that showed rather than captured, and of the phrase he carved inside, "Do not fear darkness, for it holds the image for light." And so Anne still films, still lives in the city of bright lights. But in every frame he composes, there is always a little space of darkness, so that light, when passing through, is not harsh, but gentle, like a worry that has been washed clean. Story 7. The Wind Stitcher. In a deep valley where hills roll into each other like waves of earth, there was a small village nestled between 2 mountain slopes. There lived a man alone in a weathered, tiled house, its windows facing the wind. The villagers called him the Wind Stitcher. No one knew his real name, nor where he had come from, only that each dawn, while mist still lingered, he would bring out a large fabric frame onto the porch stretch, threads as fine as light, and use a needle to sew them into the air, as though mending a patch of sky just rent. People saw him bent in his task, hands trembling slightly, but stitch by stitch he went steadily. And whenever wind blew through the thin web on the frame, produced a deep, lingering sound, like the earth's breath. One day, a young woman from the city came seeking him. Her name was Mai. Her face carried a quiet sorrow, her eyes as though they touched nothing before them. She had just lost her job, broken up with her lover, and felt as if her life was tearing like a thread pulled too far. Friends told her to take a break, but she did not want to travel. She only wanted silence. Someone told her of the old man high on the hill who knew how to sow wind. Whoever brought a tear in their heart, if they sat long enough, would find peace. She was skeptical, but still went, because staying in the city felt more and more like living in a jar filled with smoke. His house lay at the forest's edge, where pine trees stood in rows, and beyond them, a field of white reeds. When she arrived, he sat by the door, stitching a cloth riddled with small holes like marks of time. Seeing her stand there, he looked up, squinted in a smile, and asked softly in the language of wind. She did not understand, only greeted him, and said she had heard he could stitch wind, and she wished to try. He nodded, asking no more, just pointed to a wooden chair on the porch sit. The wind is gentle today. The stitching will be easier. She smiled faintly, the first in weeks. He took from inside a spool of white thread, a long needle, and a frame of cloth about 1 arm's width. "Do you carry your wind with you?" he asked. She froze, thinking he jested. He remained calm. Everyone carries a wind of their own. Few realize it. "Where is yours now?" She stayed silent. He said, "It is okay. The wind will find you soon enough." Then he set the frame into the ground, stretched the line, handed her the needle, and said, "Stitch 3 lines each line for one thing that makes you feel heavy. They need not be beautiful, just even. When stitching, do not speak, only listen." Mai took the needle, feeling awkward. As a child, she had stitched garments with her mother, but it had been long since she touched a thread. Her hand shook. He sat beside her, silently, stitching another line on his cloth, the needle passing through the air, sounding like footsteps over dry grass. He whispered, "Wind wishes to touch a person who knows how to walk slow. Do not rush." After a while, she finished the first line. He asked, "What were you thinking as you stitched?" She replied, "I thought of the day I lost my job, the boss's cold face, the office lights dimming." He nodded. "Good. That is the stitch of loss. Now, for the second line, think of what you wish to forget." She began stitching. The thread stretched. The needle trembled more than before. In her mind, she saw the man who once held her hand in the alley cafe, then let it go, saying he needed freedom. She bit her lip. The needle pricked her finger, a drop of blood staining the white thread. He said nothing, just handed her a scrap of cloth. Each drop of blood is testament to what was real. When something is real, we no longer need to fear it. At the third line, he said, "Now stitch what has not come yet." She looked up in surprise. He smiled. "We do not only sew what is torn, we sew where wind is about to pass. A wise one stitches the void too." She bowed her head and stitched the third line, thinking of nothing. The needle moved more quietly. The thread slipped through the air like flowing water. When she finished, he told her, "Now listen." They were still. Wind passed through the frame, and stitches, producing a strange sound like a hidden harp in the gust. He said, "Each stitch creates a tone. When wind travels through sown pain, it changes voice." That night, he invited her to stay. His home had a small room with just a bamboo bed, an oil lamp, and pine resin scent. Outside, wind whistled through forest like whispering voices. She asked if living alone was lonely. He smiled. "I live with the wind, so I am never alone." Then he told that he once built boats in the lowlands. During a storm, his boat broke at sea, and the helmsman was lost. He survived, but since then, whenever he heard wind, his heart ached. He left the sea for the mountains, carrying the broken frame of his boat. One night by the fire, he noticed wind slipping through the frame holes, making a long sound. He thought if he could mend that sound, maybe he could mend himself. So he began stitching day after day until the wind became gentle. The next morning, Mai woke as sunlight just touched the windowsill. Morning breeze passed through a hanging frame on the porch, giving some low tones. He sat there, continuing to stitch. She asked, "If wind does not come, what then?" He answered, "Then we stitch, waiting for it. Every stitch is an invitation." She asked, "If the wind is too strong, what then?" He laughed. "Then we remove the thread. Let it go. Nothing can be sewn when the wind is angry." He gave her a smaller cloth, told her to stitch her own wind. "This wind will tell you when to stop." She did so, stitching small stitches, not rushing, not forming shapes. When done, he held it before the sun. Light passed through the small holes, producing shimmering lines. He said, "This is a map of breath. When you are tired, just lift it to the light. Watch it tremble. It will remind you to breathe again." In the afternoon, she helped him put the sewn cloths out to dry on lines between two pines. Wind blew through. Each sheet quivered, creating soft sounds. He said, "Each person who comes here leaves a different wind. Some winds are heavy, some hollow. My job is only to stitch them back." She asked, "If someone can no longer hear their wind, what then?" He paused. "Then we place our hand on our chest. The wind is still there. We just forgot that breath is itself a wind within us." In the days that followed, Mai stayed and helped him. She learned how to hang cloths to dry just right in sunlight, how to stretch lines to avoid misalignment. Each morning, they stitched. Each afternoon, they dried. She gradually realized the wind sound through the frames differed every day. Some days, it was clear, some days murky. He said that reflected each visitor's heart. Today the wind is clear, because you no longer stitch from fear. One evening, when the moon was up, she asked, "If I must leave, will the wind remember me?" He answered, "The wind does not remember anyone, but one who once heard the wind never forgets." That phrase stayed with her. On the morning she departed, he gifted her a needle and a green thread. He said, "Do not use them for sewing clothes. Use them to stitch when your heart feels torn." She asked how to know where to stitch. He said, "Wherever wind no longer passes, that is where stitching is needed." She bowed in farewell and descended the mountain. As the vehicle left the valley, she looked back and saw white cloths fluttering on lines, morning light filtering through, forming countless tiny dots like stars. She understood that the wind was singing her farewell. Back in the city, she returned to work, but everything seemed changed. She no longer overworked herself. Whenever her mind tangled, she opened a window, placed the needle he gave her on the table, and watched wind pass. Some evenings, she would cut a scrap of cloth stitch a few stitches, with no shape, just to hear the sound of needle brushing thread, to remember she still had breath. Sometimes she noticed the wind's voice through her window changed. It was no longer the long howl of old days, but a gentle, even sound, like an elder telling stories. She knew that was wind stitching for her the part still undone. Years later, after the wind stitcher had passed, people in the valley still heard the rustle of cloths drying on the lines. Travelers said it was the sound of pines, but those who had stitched with him knew it was the breath of those who once came seeking peace. In a distant city, Mai hung her first stitched cloth by the window. Each morning, she opened her eyes and saw light filtering through those tiny holes. Each little spot of light was a stitch. Each stitch was a day lived, and sometimes, when wind stirred, she laid her hand on her chest, smiled, closed her eyes, and listened to wind passing through her low and slow, like the hand he once stitched somewhere up in the sky. In this life, everyone has torn cloth. Some try to hide it, some discard it, some stitch it back. But those who understand wind know the tear is the place where light can pass through. And only when we dare sit down, take the needle stitch, each stitch, without rushing, without fleeing, do we hear the gentle wind's voice within us. And that voice, once heard, is never lost. It follows us through seasons, through years, through every windy day, like an old melody that only those who once stitched can fully understand. Story 8. The Map Mender and the Knowing. White spaces. In that city, there ran a canal across it, like a cool thread on the foreheads of summer travelers. On the northern bank of the canal stood a row of old single-story houses with tiled roofs. In the middle of the row was a small wooden shop whose frontage held a faded sign with the 3 handwritten words, "Map Sheet." During the day, passers-by hurried without noticing, but in the late afternoon, when the canal breeze slowed, one could smell old paper mingled with dried rain, and in the slanted twilight, falling through the window frame, people saw a lean old man, tall and straight as a meridian line, seated at a long table draped in brown coarse cloth. Before him, half-opened maps, worn pencil stubs, a small compass, and an oil lamp. Locals called him the map mender, not because he drew new roads, but because he knew how to fold old roads so they would not confuse people when reopened. One early autumn afternoon, a young man named Khan came to the shop. His eyes were darkened by sleeplessness, his voice hoarse, as though he had walked through a long, dusty path. He worked for a delivery company. His schedule was a shifting labyrinth. The arrows on his screen constantly changing direction. The delivery route altered at the last minute. Roads he thought he knew, suddenly strange. He told the old man he was afraid of slipping out of his grasp, afraid of roads that do not wait, afraid of losing orientation in a city he once thought he knew, like the palm of his hand. The old man invited him to sit, poured a cup of light tea, then gently pushed before him a blank sheet of paper. He said, "Draw your map of today. It need not be beautiful, only true. Draw the starting point. Draw the turns. Draw the segments you had to reverse. Draw with the weary trembling of your hand, if needed, so long as you draw them all." Khan bent and drew. His first stroke was stiff, the second broken, by the third more connected. He drew 11 red light stops, 3 blocked roads, a small stall where he sipped sugarcane juice, a stretch of canal where glimpsed water glinted like mirror. When he looked up, embarrassed and surprised, the sheet was full of winding lines, none straight, but all fitting on a sheet that could bear them. The old man asked him to place a finger on the point he felt most exhausted on the map. Khan set it on a knot of 3 concentric circles, marking the 3 times he turned around. The man nodded, saying this spot needs a new annotation. He took another pen and wrote in the margin in small letters, "Turn back is not failure. To turn back is to meet direction again." He explained, life is like a map without fixed scale. When we magnify fear, every dead end seems as tall as a wall. If we know how to step back out, a dead end becomes a small fold. The job of the map mender is not to open more roads, but to teach the user to use the sheet in the right scale of their heart. He handed Khan a tiny compass, black needle, silver ring, dulled by time. He said before entering a new day, "Find true north within yourself." True north is not the direction of home or city, but your unchanging core. Khan asked, "What is that unchanging core?" He answered, "It is the thing which, if lost, would render every road on your map meaningless." Khan fell silent. Then, after a moment, said, "Maybe it is the pressure of having to be on time and perfect to the point he forgot he must breathe." The old man smiled kindly, saying, "Then your north is breath." Each day before his shift started, Khan would place the compass on the table, observe the needle's stillness, then watch his belly rise and fall until compass and belly found the same rhythm. At that moment, the scale of the map in his hand would shift. He opened an old map with worn edges on it, contour lines twisted like musical lines, pale rivers slashed across bridges marked modest dots, and in wide blank areas there were regions no one had drawn. He pointed to those wild spaces and said, "The rescue for one lost is not in heavy roads, but in blank space." White spaces allow us to re-annotate, rescale, reorient. Anxious people try to fill every gap so their map grows heavy, stiff, and easily torn. Serene people leave blanks. Their maps are light, pliable, and foldable. Khan asked about the undrawn areas in his life. He replied, "That is where sleep can lie down." Khan placed the compass on the map, looked as the needle trembled, then stilled. The old man said, "Now comes the lesson on bearing error. On each map, there is a small angular deviation between magnetic north and geographic north. Without compensating, long travel deviates far. People, too, have bearing error. The desire to go fast, fear of being left behind, habit of pleasing others all subtly bend one's needle off course. Every evening, note down that day's deviation, and the next day, correct it by a small action. A deviation, written as a word, is a deviation corrected. He laid out another map, this one not drawn with roads, but small dots. Beside each, a letter. Here A, there B. He said, "This is the triangulation map." When traveling mountains in old times, people lacked GPS and used 3 fixed visible points to confirm position. To live amid a city, similarly, one needs 3 static points. The first point, a still place, such as the canal's bank at day's end. The second, a still person, like the tea vendor at a small alley's entrance. The third, a still habit, like 10 breaths before replying to a difficult message. When those 3 points appear in a day, your map does not lose you. Khan wrote down his 3 stills, and his hand tremor lessened. He recalled a security guard before a client's building who said little, often looked up at clouds, then smiled. Perhaps that was point 2. He remembered the slope in front of his home where wind always passed in the afternoon. Perhaps that was point 1. He chose for point 3, the calm habit of washing his face with cool water before opening his inbox. The old man said, "Now we speak of legends." Every map has a legend of symbols. Worry often expands because we misread the legend. We see a small dot and think a deep pit. A dashed line, we think a permanent block. A pale blue smear, we assume flood. The map mender's role is to teach how to read the legend anew. He took a pencil and wrote 3 small lines at the bottom margin. Small dot is a matter to call and ask. A not yet clear is not danger. And dashed line is temporarily closed, not forever. And pale blue is a shaded rest place, not inundation. Just a big red letter is a caution to slow, not to stop permanently. Can read it like a short poem. Something inside him shifted as a fold smoothed. Evening approached. A mild light entered the shop. The old man asked Khan to help fold up the maps opened all day. He folded slowly, edge to edge, corner to corner. The sound of paper touching sounded like calm breathing. He said, folding a map is a ritual of one who knows how to rise. Not to seal away in escape, but to conserve strength for the next leg. Each day, practice folding an unfinished task, as if folding an unraveled map, marking it with a small red dash at the margin, and writing beside it a gentle promise. When skies clear, I will go on. Do not write the promise with frustration, for anger always crumples the map. In the days that followed, Khan returned each evening after deliveries. Some nights, he merely sat drinking tea, watching the old man softly mend a small tear at the map's edge with transparent tape. He said some rips need not stitching, only edging so they do not tear further. Some days, anxiety need not cure, only delay touching the worn spot. Some nights, he showed Khan how to use a curved ruler to redraw a river line someone had over-thickened. He said each river has a nature to meander. Forcing it straight pains the whole map. So too, forcing ourselves straight always causes fracture. On another evening, he asked Khan to close his eyes and recount a road segment using 5 nouns with no adjectives. The path became lighter because it was merely things placed in position. When adjectives dwindle, worry's ink lessens. Each night, before closing the shop, he lit the oil lamp, placed the compass beside it, opened the window to welcome the canal wind, and wrote a few lines in a thick cloth-bound journal. The house that opens two opposite windows lets wind pass through. The house opening one window and one door invites wind to linger inside. Khan looked at those lines and felt a peace without floral color, but scented with paper and lamp light. He realized his life had long lacked a closing ritual each day, so each day felt unfinished. Each night felt like unbeginning. One heavy rain afternoon, water in the canal rose and the street became ribbons of silver. Khan dashed into the shop, his raincoat still dripping. He said he had lost himself in a new residential area, roads, twisting temporary signs, posted his orientation, scrambled like a child's first handwriting. The old man told him to sit, gave him a blank sheet, and asked him to redraw that lost path, then encircle the places where he turned. Khan did. The man looked and said, "Today, your map holds many well-timed stops." Khan was surprised, for he never thought stopping might be praised. The man said a wise one stops where the legend's meaning shifts. Every road has a section where an old rule no longer holds. No one is wrong, only that one has stepped into a new page of the map. When you recognize the new page, you shift reading style. On the day Khan decided to take 2 days off to recover sleep and visit his mother in the suburbs, he stopped by to tell the old man. The old man handed him a thin envelope, telling him to open it on the bus. On the bus, he opened it. Inside was a sheet drawn with a blank frame whose 4 corners bore the letters north, south, east, west, and in its center lay a wide, white space. Below was the line, "A traveler's work is not to color the page wholly, but to keep the white space in the middle wide enough so a wind may pass through without tearing the sheet." He folded the paper, placed it in his shirt pocket, leaned his head on the window, and slept a dreamless sleep. Time passed. Khan continued his delivery work, traversing renamed roads, encountering provisional signs, enduring rainy days that scrambled his phone's map again. But he carried the small compass in his pocket and the new legends in his mind. Whenever frustration swelled, he asked, "Where is today's bearing error from?" Whenever fear rose, he triangulated himself by his 3 still points. Each evening, he lit a small candle instead of oil lamp, folded his unfinished map as though folding a map not yet fully traversed, and wrote a gentle promise by its margin. Gradually, he found himself less lost, not because roads were less tangled, but because he learned which scale belongs to fear, which to white space. One winter afternoon, the old man's shop was dark, the wooden sign silent in wind. Locals by the canal said he had followed another stream light as a paper sheet borne by wind. Khan stood before the closed shop and suddenly smelled old paper in memory, heard the compass still on its table, quiet the gentle rustle of paper folding. He felt not sorrow of loss, but a wider, blank opening in his heart. That night, back home, he drew out the maps he had sketched with the old man, spread them on the table, then folded them carefully. On the last sheet, he wrote, "A traveler's work is knowing gratitude for the white spaces." If anyone asked Khan how he fears less in a city always changing direction, he would not present a secret method. He would tell of a little shop by the canal with the scent of paper and lamplight, of an old man teaching him to find north inside, of a tiny compass that holds still, of legends written in small script at map margins, of nights folding maps so the day can close like a book, not forced to be read all at once. He would say, peace is not finding a shortcut, but knowing when to enlarge, when to shrink, when to go on, when to fold, when to leave a white space in one's heart, so wind may pass without tearing the sheet of life. And on the roads, he still travels. Each day, whenever he stops at a red light, he glances down at the wet pavement, as if reading a water map, sees shimmering lines that find one another, and smiles, because he understands. He no longer fears being lost, for inside him is a map that knows how to fold and open at the right times, and a true north, unchanging the breath that leads toward calm. Story 9. The Watchmaker and the Time Waiting Room. At the fork where the brick-paved road meets a narrow alley, stood an old shop between two plane trees. The wooden sign above the door had faded so much you could only make out the words, "The Watchmaker." Inside, there was always a soft light glowing from an antique desk lamp, and a clean metallic smell mingled with the scent of clear oil. On the desk lay pocket watches opened up, revealing tiny gear wheels, like raindrops turned solid in order. The watchmaker was an old, thin man with silver beard, his shoulders slightly stooped, as though he had grown used to leaning over seconds, hands, for a very long time. He spoke little, but whenever someone entered the shop, they felt a sort of peace, as if they had just sat down in the waiting room of a station where the trains always arrive on time, and no one is in a hurry. One early, windy morning, a young woman walked into the shop. Her name was Ha, Her face carried a sharp exhaustion, like the pavement after a sudden downpour. She worked as a project manager at a construction company, living by schedules, milestones, and countdown timers on screens. Lately, she could not sleep. She dreamed of scattered ticking of hands, leaping off dials of a giant clock in the sky, forcing her to run after it. A friend told her to visit the old man, saying he had a time waiting room for people who had lost their rhythm. Ha laughed it off as nonsense, but that morning she had no choice but to go. The door creaked softly. Wind chimes tinkled gently. The old man looked up as if he had been waiting. He did not ask many questions, only invited her to sit in a low wooden chair beside the desk and poured her a cup of weak tea. Ha put her bag down, forced a smile, and said she came to repair her wristwatch, though really she came to repair herself. He nodded, as though hearing a familiar phrase. Then he drew an opened pendulum clock toward her, its face removed, exposing the bronze interior, gleaming like a metallic forest. He asked her if she heard anything. Ha strained to listen. She only heard regular ticking, but it also seemed like two overlapping rhythms. The old man said that was exactly right. Every clock, he said, has two rhythms. One is the tick of the escape wheel and the lever flipping back and forth. The other is the sway of the pendulum maintaining balance. A person who hears only the ticking thinks time only runs. The person who hears the pendulum's sway knows time also knows how to pause, even if for a blink. He took out a small pocket watch, placed it in her hand. The back was engraved with a delicate flower. He told her to hold it warmly and listen. The sound was small but firm, like a bird fluttering wings inside her palm. He said people grow weary because they spend their days following the tick, forgetting to practice the rhythm of pausing. Ha asked, "How do you practice the rhythm of pause?" He smiled gently, as though about to tell an old tale. To practice the pause rhythm means to build a waiting room inside your day, where everything must pass through before proceeding. Not to delay, but to recalibrate proportions. Whenever you are about to answer a hot email, pass through the waiting room. When you're about to finalize a tight schedule, pass through the waiting room. That waiting room needs only 3 breaths, but it must be serious enough that everything stops for a moment before moving on. Ha looked around and asked, "Where is the waiting room?" The old man motioned to a small door at the back of the shop, painted a faded green. He said, beyond, it was the time waiting room. Anyone who needed could enter, do nothing, carry no phone, no answer, only their heartbeat. He asked if she wanted to try. Ha opened the door. Inside was a softly lit chamber, thanks to a narrow window. On the wall hung a clock without hands. On the table sat a little bell. On the floor lay an earthen rug. She sat and heard herself. No ticking, no music, only her breath and the distant hums of traffic like a far river. He let her sit for a while, then called her out. He placed in front of her a small wooden box lid open. Inside were dozens of tiny gear wheels, like golden flowers. He said this was his surplus gear repository. Whenever he repairs a watch, he keeps unused gears, because there are always people in need. Ha lifted a very small gear, feeling an odd tenderness for the world as she thought of the hands that polished it, the countless ticks it had once joined. He said the heaviest worry usually lies in believing the mechanism inside us must run without pause. No mechanism runs forever without maintenance. A person is more than a machine. He told her to write down 3 minutes of maintenance per day. 1 minute in the morning, placing her hand on her heart and counting 5 beats. 1 minute, midday, looking away from the screen so her eyes could wash clean. 1 minute at day's end, sitting quietly and recording 1 deviation of the day. 3 minutes, no negotiation. Ha smiled, inadvertent. She said, 3 minutes is easy, but she often forgets. He nodded, handed her a small charm with 2 wooden beads. He told her to wear it on her wrist each time she did her maintenance. Minute, push. 1 bead to the other side. At day's end, see which bead remains. Not to blame, only remember. She tried it, felt her wrist lighten slightly, as though a silent companion had joined. On the second day, Ha returned with a stack of calendar sheets full of lines of text, meeting times, punch, hours, arrows, overlapping arrows. She placed them on the desk like a tangled bouquet of wires. The man looked and then circled 3 key slots in her schedule with a pencil. He said, whatever is not in those 3 circles is secondary. Putting the secondary in its proper place allows the primary to breathe. She was surprised at the simplicity of the circle. He explained that a clock runs because the largest circle, the mainspring barrel, winds and unwinds evenly. A person runs because there are 3 main circles in a day. The first is peaceful warm-up. The second is focused labor. The third is conscious cool-down. Without cool-down, tomorrow begins with yesterday's heat. She frowned. Cool-down sounded odd. He said, cool down means doing something small that has no other goal than to help heat fall away. For example, washing dishes in warm water, or wiping a tabletop, or walking to the fork and back. Simple, but done with awareness. You are doing it. That afternoon, he taught her to hear error. He took an old watch, turned it on. The ticking slightly favored one side. He asked if she heard deviation. She said yes, but couldn't name it. He said a deviation happens when one side ticks longer than the other. Then you must adjust the lever or change oil. The same is true inside a person. Deviation is when thought outpaces breath, or breath outpaces action. When you think more than 3 times about the same thing, but take no small step that is tick longer than pause. When you act in a whirlwind without knowing why that is pause, longer than tick. The fix is to bring the breath equally, between 3 breaths, equal. That means the lever has touched the gear properly. Hearing him, Ha laughed aloud, realizing she had always allowed the tick to run too long. In the days that followed, she came regularly. Each time he would show her a part of the world of time she thought she knew. One day, he opened a wall clock's case, showed her a ruby jewel sliding over the escape wheel tooth, like a dance. He said some tasks only need a small stone to touch the right part, and the entire machine changes rhythm. That little stone inside a person is a timely, truthful word. Another day, he showed her a magnetized watch whose hands spun randomly. He said, people can become magnetized by residing near sources of magnetic field, namely heated crowds or overwhelming news. When magnetized, everything wants to rush. To cure the clock distance it from magnetism, to cure a person, step away from what magnetizes you. For one afternoon, touch something real. Cup of water leaves earth. One rainy, windy evening, she entered the shop with a pale face, having just botched an important report. She said everything was collapsing, as if the hands had fallen off their pivots. The old man did not console. He slid a box of hands toward her. He told her to find a hand that fits the pivot. She fumbled among dozens of small hands of different lengths. Sweat made them slip. He patiently waited until she found a perfect fit. He said, people often demand to run immediately after breaking. But before running, one must find the hand. What is the hand in your situation? Ha realized that now, for the failed report, the hand was a call asking for more time and admitting the mistake, not staying up all night to fix by deceit. She placed the call voice, trembling but clear. The voice on the other end was not angry as she expected. As she hung up, she felt something click in her chest, back into its groove. Gradually, she made it a habit to stop by the time waiting room whenever her heart began to sprint. In that hands-free room, she sat for a few minutes, gazing at the blank clock face. Over time, she recognized that the emptiness was itself a mirror. When sitting before it, what is excessive reveals itself. What is needed remains. Many times she emerged holding only one small task and did it. At night, she recorded her deviations from direction for that day. She would write, "Today, I avoided a difficult call out of fear of being scolded. I will call tomorrow morning after drinking water. Today, I replied too quickly and caused tension. I will send an apology and arrange to talk in person." Each word she wrote was a tiny gear of the wheel, engaging with life again. One evening, near the month's end, she asked the old man why he chose to repair clocks instead of doing a less solitary trade. He smiled his eyes down at his hands stained with yellow oil. He told her that in his youth, he built ships like his father, living among the clang of hammers and clanging dock workers. One day, he realized that no matter how large a ship is, it cannot leave port if the city's clock does not run. He turned to watchmaking to be nearer the larger question of how people can hear the true time inside themselves. Ha was silent a long time. She had never thought time had its own voice other than the calendar. Word of the time waiting room spread among locals. Storekeepers, motorbike couriers, college students would occasionally sit 10 minutes. Many would just stare at the handless clock and leave with a lighter smile, as though folding a task into neat script. Sometimes Ha met them at the door. The nod they gave each other was the nod of people who had just remembered the pause tempo. Then, one day, the old man fell ill. The shop closed for several days. Ha came and laid a yellow plane tree branch in front of the door. When he reopened, he looked thinner, but his eyes were brighter. He said that even a clock must stop sometimes, so people recall how long it has faithfully run alongside them. The same is true of a person. After that illness, he gave Ha a small wooden box. He said this was a portable waiting room. In the box were a tiny bell, a scrap of cloth, and a handless paper clock. Whenever she could not come to the shop, she would place the box on her desk, ring the bell, once place the cloth on her chest, and stare at the blank face for 3 minutes. Not more. As the season shifted from rain to sun, the plane tree outside the shop sprouted new leaves. Ha visited the old man and told him she wanted to change how her team worked. She said she had introduced into their meeting schedule 10 final minutes in each session, called 10-minute clock adjustment. In those 10 minutes, they did only 3 things. Each person shared one deviation of theirs in the week. Everyone chose one small corrective action, and the group inhaled 3 breaths together. At first, it felt awkward. Then it became habit. The work rhythm was less choked. The old man listened, nodded his eyes, like when he looks at a pendulum that is properly adjusted. Once she asked him, "What is your greatest fear?" He said, his greatest fear is forgetting the gentle tick inside him. When forgotten people mistake the noise of life for the true sound of time. When remembered, people know most of the noise is just someone's mistimed hands running over somebody else's dial. She wrote that down in dark blue ink on the cover of her notebook. Years passed. She kept the habit of dropping by the shop on days she needed to pause. The old man grew older each year. The shop got a few new visitors and many familiar ones. One dusk, he gave her a small slip of paper on which he had written, "Clocks love each other by running in unison, never by racing ahead. People love each other by keeping their own rhythm, so others need not run in their stead." She read it, and her heart opened like an old window washed clean. When he passed away, the news came softly, like a breeze through the alley. The shop closed for a week. People lit candles and placed them at the door. No one cried loudly. Ha stood for a long time, hand on the doorknob, as if she could still feel his hand's warmth. Later, his family decided to keep the waiting room open every afternoon. A young apprentice took over the shop. Watches were still repaired. The waiting room's bell still rang each day. Ha kept the portable waiting box on her desk for many years. Whenever the rush inside rose, she would ring the bell once, place the cloth on her chest, and gaze at the handless paper clock. 3 minutes. The pause rhythm returned. She came to realize that peace is never about having no tasks. Peace is having a waiting room, patient enough to stand between them. Some days, the waiting room is 3 minutes. Some days, it is a half-hour walk down a tree-lined street. Some days, it is 2 sentences. Let me pause to breathe in a meeting. Some days, it is a nod instead of an argument. All waiting rooms are the same in that they open the door to the gentle essence of time passing. If anyone asked her how to escape the worry of perpetual running, she would tell them about a little shop, scented with oil and clear metal, about the old craftsman who taught her to hear the escape lever and the balancing rhythm about a room with a handless clock, about 3 minutes of maintenance each day, about deviations written and corrected by small acts, about a portable waiting box with bell and cloth. She would say, "Peace is not when all clocks stop, but when amid the ticking of myriad hands, there is a tiny resolute pause." Rhythm. That pause is where we place slower answers. Lay down. Anger. Place our hand on our heart, and no time flows through us. Not that we chase after it. And whenever she passed the fork under the 2 plane trees, even if the shop had changed hands, she still heard soft ticking, like a lesson, not old. In that sound, she knew she still held her true north, the breath. And just with that, every path ahead glowed just enough to walk further without needing to run. The 10th story. The Moss Gardener and the Listening Stone. Garden. A small town nestled between 2 low hills has a winding road embracing a lake. Near a bend, under the shade of an old sea almond tree, lies a garden, so quiet that one can hear the ticking of a wristwatch from a visitor who stops. A weathered wooden sign hangs low near the gate. The faded letters now read, "Only Green Moss Shop." People shorten it to the Moss Garden. The garden's keeper is a silver-haired woman, her hair drifting like morning mist, her gait neat and quiet like a gentle stream. Her name is Mrs. Nan. She has lived in that garden so long that the moss on the stones seems to sense her steps. Each early morning, before the sun reaches the courtyard, she brings out a tub of rainwater collected overnight, and with a bamboo dipper, she gently sprinkles it over the scattered stones in the garden. Under the moss layer, the stones exhale coolness. She tells visitors that moss grows through patience and shade through moist water and the absence of haste. Anyone who comes is invited to sit on a flat stone step, listen to the wind, and if they can remain silent long enough, they will hear something inside themselves changing. One summer afternoon, a young man came. His name was Tung. He worked as a designer in a bustling firm in the big city. He knew how to use color to attract attention, knew how to place words to persuade people to believe. But lately, his eyes felt tired, as though they had stared at flames too long. He couldn't sleep through long nights. Ideas swarmed in his mind, unwilling to rest, circling endlessly like a perpetual parade. Friends told him to rest, try hiking, try jogging, try anything to wear himself out so he could sleep. But the more tired he grew, the tighter his head felt. Someone suggested the moss garden by the lake. Tung laughed, thinking it was a wedding photo spot. Yet on an early evening in early month, he woke earlier than usual, rode his motorbike across the bridge, and stopped in front of the wooden gate. The scent of damp earth and the sound of dripping water were already at the threshold. Mrs. Nan emerged as if she had walked from the moss itself. She did not ask much, only nodded for him to enter. Tung shyly said he heard something and wanted to sit for a while. She smiled and pointed to a flat stone by the sea almond tree. A small bird perched on a low branch flew off when Tung sat down, leaving a space that seemed just right for a long sigh. She placed before him a cup of clear rainwater, its surface as smooth as a sheet of fine paper. She told him to drink so that his throat might thank the shade. The stones in the garden come in all shapes. One is like the back of a turtle sleeping. One is flat like an open palm. One is just roomy enough for two people to sit without many words. The moss on the stones is not uniform. In some places, it is dense and green like velvet. In others, it is spotted like an old map, slowly revealing ancient river paths. In one corner, there is a low wall, built of stacked stones without mortar. On the wall, a strip of moss grows thin and delicate, like the handwriting of a careful person. She says moss dislikes noise and harsh sunlight. Moss prefers time. The anxious person prefers haste. If the two meet, they cannot speak to one another. Therefore, in this place, visitors must walk slowly, like water flowing through a crevice. Tung heard that and felt half amused, half about to cry. He had not been told to go slow in a long time. She placed into his hands a soft bristle brush, like brushing against the eyelid of someone sleeping. She told him that in the moss garden, everyone begins by cleaning one stone, not scrubbing to bare rock, not scraping off moss, just brushing away dust and dry leaves so the moss has room to breathe. Tung hesitated and brushed. Each time the bristles glided over moss, there was a faint sound, like high-quality paper being stroked by wind. His hand suddenly slowed. She told him that every day he has a stone within himself that needs to be brushed gently, like this, not to make it shine, but so it remembers that he still sees it. When the sun climbed a bit, she handed him a fine mist sprayer. She did not instruct direction or amount, only told him to spritz as if inviting. A thin veil of water hovered over the soft moss clinging to leaf edges, pooling on the tips of young moss strands like transparent beads. Tongue held his breath at that smallness. He was used to bright screens, bold color palettes, meetings demanding decisive answers. Here, answers reside in droplets slowly flowing off a rock's edge. He smiled very quietly, afraid of shattering a wisp of mist. She told him to sit on the stone step near the lake. The wind passing over the water carried the scent of young algae and clean mud. She asked Tongue when he had stopped being able to sit still. He said, perhaps since he began working seriously. She asked how he distinguished seriousness from stress. He could not answer. She began a story about how moss listens. She said, moss has no roots like a big tree, but it clings to stone with countless tiny arms. Moss does not grow high, but it softens an entire season. Moss does not flower, but it lingers longer with water in the garden. A person who wants tranquility does not need to ascend. A person who wants peace needs many small arms clinging to the ordinary so that each day's water does not all run away. Tongue sat until the sea almond's shadow stretched over the stone step like a dark cloth. She handed him a thick, moss-green notebook and told him to write down 3 places in his life where shade still remains. It took him a long time to pen 3 brief lines: the tea shop under his office with a slowly turning ceiling fan, the alley behind his house with a jacote tree cool at night, the moment between 2 songs when his hands have pressed nothing yet. She nodded and said that shade is where the moss in his heart can cling. Go there, sit there. Not much, just moist enough. He returned to the garden the next day and the days after. Each time he came, she gave him a small task. One time, to move a few pebbles to the edge of the grass bed to guide the water's path. Another time, to sit and gently rub a streak of algae on a stone edge. Another time, to stand by a wooden tub and watch rainwater flow through a bamboo trough. Another time, he sat for hours facing a large stone, trying to place a small stone atop it without causing imbalance. She said, placing a small stone on a large stone without toppling it is a lesson in putting a small task into an already full day. Tongue understood how hard this simple lesson could be when his hand trembled from fear of error. One rainy morning, the moss garden looked as though it was writing a letter in mist. Every path of water on stone appeared as a brush stroke. Tongue looked and felt a kind of calm script teaching him to read. She said, people often want to resolve worry by pouring a big bucket of water. But moss dies from floods. Moss lives when rain is gentle and mist is thin. Replace 40 minutes of news reading with 4 times gazing out a window for 5 minutes each. Replace 3 hours of pointless excitement with 15 minutes repeating a familiar motion. Because peace is born on small, regular points of contact. He heard that, as if someone slotted a strong braided cord into his heart. One afternoon, a different visitor arrived and sat near Tung. He was a retired teacher, holding an earthen teapot, darkened by age, the scent of tea trailing behind him like a companion. The 3 sat silent, listening to raindrops tapping on the thatched roof. The teacher casually said that every rainy season they come here a few times to remember that life has a language of moisture. Mrs. Nahan smiled and replied that this language is not used to persuade, but to reassure. Tung stayed silent, hearing that he was learning the word reassure in a way unlike before. Not with logic, but with the smell of wet earth, with a rain droplet slowly crawling across a rock's edge. On a harsh, sunny day, the garden fell even more silent. She gave Tung a damp, coarse cloth and told him to shield the young moss patches. She said, on some days, people do not need to appear strong. To shade is wisdom. To avoid is wisdom. Let harsh sunlight have the wall. Keep shade for the moss. Tung remembered his meetings where he kept speaking when his throat was dry, kept proving when his eyes burned. He suddenly understood which days he must shield. That day, he scheduled his computer to turn off early, walked a circuit around the lake, and saw the water's surface like a mirror someone had just cleaned. Sometimes, she led Tung to a hidden corner of the garden, where upright wooden frames held fabric swatches on which moss had grown in green patches. She said this was an experimental garden. He saw moss patches in shapes of distant lands, some like a peninsula, some like an island lake, some like a belt embracing a shore. She said, everyone brings into the garden a personal damp map. When they care for it, the moss creeps over it into the regions they need to reach, not by walking footpaths, but by moss. Tung asked what his map looked like. She said he still carries sunshine in his eyes, so his moss will travel along the shades he has just inscribed. Be patient to watch it. Do not push it. One sweltering midday, when he arrived, he saw her seated before the journal, sketching with pencil arcs, where moss begins to exceed an old stone's edge. She said she records the moss's schedule not to force it to follow, but to learn the rhythm of something unhurried. Tung asked to see. On each page were faint notes. On windy days, Morning mists bring more moisture than rain. On harsh, sunny days, let moss sleep early. On days of heavy rain, drain water so the moss's roots do not suffocate. He smiled awkwardly, thinking of his own schedules, piling over themselves like barbed wire. He resolved to write another notebook where tasks do not march in columns, where milestones soften, where each day holds a blank for mist. One late-season evening, reeds in distant fields stirred a white wind. She said the garden would sing loudly today. Indeed, when wind passed through the moss, patches quivered together. Their faint voices combined into a deep layer of sound. Tongue shivered in beautiful awe. He understood why people say moss listens to wind. She said humans also can hear the wind, but after too long, forget. People only listen to their own voice. Listening to the wind is hearing a part not named self. When one hears, one is no longer something one must protect all day. One is a shade the world can rest in. On the day he left the garden, she gave Tongue a small bottle of rainwater and a tiny moss fragment attached to a pebble. She warned, do not expose the moss to harsh sunlight. Do not water it too much. Place it on a windowsill, shaded by curtains. Each morning, look at the moss once, not to photograph, not to show off, just to see. Each evening, touch the pebble once, so his hand remembers the cool warmth of stone. When his mind wants to run spray a thin mist on his table, then sit until the mist vanishes. When his heart wants to flare, place the pebble in the other palm, swap after 3 breaths. Do not argue when your hand is hot. Let the pebble soften your words. He returned to the city with that bottle and pebble, like carrying 2 little musical notes. He set the moss on a windowsill and watched. In the early days, he often wanted to drench it, then recalled her words and restrained his hand. He was surprised to see the new moss did not grow as he expected. It crawled toward the shadow cast by a cup on the windowsill. So he moved. The cup created a new shade and sat watching the moss move. Never before had he seen anything move slowly with such intention. He began designing shade into his days. In the morning, he would arrive at the office 15 minutes early to sit in a corner of the meeting room before anyone else. At noon, he would delay sending his designs by 5 minutes. In the evening, he walked through the alley with the jocote tree paused under its leaves, a few beats touching the pebble. Gradually, he slept better without forcing it. The swarm of ideas no longer ran like fleeing creatures. They marched in lines, learning to respect shade. Once, he brought moss back to the garden to show her. She smiled, because the small moss patch had strengthened like a button. She asked him if he could hear the garden in his home sing. He said that on some nights, when wind slides through the condo courtyard, he hears a faint, long sound, so thin he fears it is nothing. But if he sits still, the sound thickens like laundry, softly brushing. She nodded and said, "That is the listening stone garden inside him." She said, "The stone garden need not be large. It needs to be even." Then he understood why he was less afraid. Not because the city tamed itself, but because within him there is a moss patch enough to call wind without shouting. Time continued like a gentle rain. From time to time, Tung still returned to the garden, swept a stone step for her, jotted a few lines in his moss journal, drank a cup of rainwater. He would bring a friend, a chef whose hands always smelled of smoke. That friend would sigh not long after sitting, as though putting down a scorching pan into water. Mrs. Nan said, "Each person has their own moss. Do not impose yours on others. Only point them toward shade." Tung learned not to speak much when bringing someone to his peace. He only told them which flat stone, which cool nook, which hour the breeze passes through. Then came a year of erratic rain, and moss in the garden darkened more densely. Townspeople predicted many things, but the moss garden continued slowly. She said, "Moss now needs less water." He thought of those days when fewer tasks arrived, and he still filled them with useless additions. He learned to let low-task days pass as a new patch of shade. He scribbled in his notebook, which was thinning, that today adding nothing is enough. That faint line is like a new moss strand, but enduring. When Mrs. Nahan weakened, the garden fell more silent. Rumors said she would close the gate because she lacked strength. Yet one morning, the gate was still open. On the stone step lay a slip of her handwriting, saying the garden will remain as long as someone breathes slowly within it. The day she passed, it did not rain. Clouds drifted, as though placing a hand on a sleeping forehead. Those who had visited gathered under the sea almond tree. No one spoke much. They swept stone steps, washed the bamboo dipper, spritzed mist over the small moss patch near the entrance. Tung placed his pebble on a stone step where coolness surrounds on all sides, then stepped back. He saw shade envelop the pebble like a tiny umbrella. He understood that from now on, that umbrella lies in his hand. If someone asks him how to cross seasons of worry without burning out, He will tell them of a garden by a lake, where moss speaks in place of words, where stones listen, where a silver-haired woman sprinkles rainwater as if sprinkling patience. He will tell of a soft brush that sweeps dust without hurting, moss of a mist sprayer, inviting water to stay of flat stone steps where one places a heavy thought down and waits for it to lighten. He will say that peace is not a dry garden full of constant sunshine. Peace is learning the rhythm of moisture, shade, and slowness. Peace is knowing how to cast shade in a sunny day. Peace is knowing to keep a small moss patch in one's heart, so that when you place your hand on it, you remember the path to move slowly. And each morning, when he opens his eyes in the city room before looking at his phone, he looks out at the windowsill where the moss clings to its pebble, quietly green. He sprows a fine mist as a greeting. Among the motorbike sounds on the street below, he still hears a very faint voice of moss, something large that needs no urging sound, only time and shade. When he hears that voice, he knows today he can work at a human pace, not in frenzy. And in the evening, when wind from the lake wafts through the busy street, he pauses, hand resting on the pebble in his shirt pocket. The coolness of stone replies in silence. He smiles and feels in his heart a place for the wind to both pass and rest, like the listening stone garden of past years, like Mrs. Nahan's slow smile, like a gentle rain enough for one season. As the sun lowers and the moss fronds outside the stone steps tremble in the day's final breeze, we begin to realize that peace never dwelled in some distant place. It does not come from noisy triumphs or perfect plans. It comes from how we touch a small pebble without dropping it, how we mist a thin film over moss without hurting it, how we pause a breath before replying, a breath before anger, a breath before worry. Each story in this journey is not just a painting of life, but a mirror reflecting our inner self, where time no longer chases, where anxiety is no longer the ruler, where breath finds its return path. If you are listening now, please remember, every wave inside will calm when it meets a water surface still enough. And that surface is not out there. It is inside you. Thank you for walking with me through these quiet moments where each spoken line is a breath, each image a step of slowness in a life rushing. If your heart feels a little lighter, if you feel tonight can bring a little more restful sleep, that is the gift of listening. Please subscribe to the channel so we may continue the journey, seeking peace in every story. Each week, I will share small Zen fragments, stories of quiet hearts of learning to live slow in a rushing world. Let this telling return to you each night as a friend who sits beside you, speaks little, simply helps you remember that peace never vanishes. It is merely waiting for us to pause long enough to see it. Good night, and I'll see you in the next story.